We haven't named him, and there's a reason for that. We have a lot of resources in the Sheriff's Department, working with other agencies to make sure, again, that our priority, beyond taking care of the victims and survivors of this horrible incident, that we get this man off the streets. I think that all of you have received this. I want to address also that there is a tactical incident that's occurring in the city of Torrance that is being covered. People have asked, is that your suspect? We don't know. As I said earlier today, we had a vehicle that was described as a white box van, I guess you'd say, a van of interest. And there's a van that looks just like what was described to us in the city of Torrance. It's a barricaded suspect situation. We are working with one of our partner agencies, the Torrance Police Department, to resolve that. We believe there is a person inside of that vehicle. We don't know their condition, but we're going to handle that in the safest manner that we possibly can to try and identify that person. Could it be our suspect? Possibly. But at this point, if we're doing our jobs correctly, we're not only looking at that situation or scenario, but we're making sure that we're looking at any and every possibility. So I do encourage our community, if they have any leads, maybe they saw the picture of this individual, to come forward with any information that they believe may help us in this very critical and important investigation. That's going to be very important. I also want to talk about the victim-survivor side of this. In response to our mass shooting this morning, a victim resource center has been set up at the Langley Senior Citizen Center located at 400 West Emerson Avenue. And I want to make sure that the appropriate victims, families, friends take advantage of that resource. There are many people behind me. Some of them will speak, representatives from different agencies, and there's so many parts to this, right? The response, the medical side of it. But as we're looking for this suspect, we will not forget the victims and survivors. And it's important because you can just imagine the trauma that they've experienced, and it's our responsibility to wrap our arms around them. So representatives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the District Attorney's Office, and the District Attorney, George Gascon, is standing here with us. The Red Cross, the Department of Health Victim Services are at the center to assist the victims, survivors, and their families. If anyone believes their relative may be a victim, please contact representatives at this Victims Resource Center that I'm talking about. And again, if you think that you have questions, you're upset, you haven't been able to locate a family member that you think's involved, please go out to this Victim Center and we will assist you. That's why we're there. At the center, we also have members from the Psychological Services Bureau, from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And as we go hour by hour, if we see any other needs, there are multiple agencies that have contacted us. Everybody wants to help, which is amazing in this time, because we need to depend on each other in difficult circumstances like this. So with that, I am going to turn it over to the next speaker, and I'll be here for questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna, and I also want to congratulate and actually give credit to the first responders, as well as our sheriff team and the city of Monterey Park, the chief of police, the many deputies, and as well as the DA's office. Mr. Gascon, and also to our elected officials that are here with us this morning representing the city of Monterey Park. I am, as you know, very heartbroken to hear of the news of what occurred with the individuals that lost their lives. But I think now we have to look at the victims, the survivors, and as the sheriff said, this is what the county does best. Help provide assistance, mental health services, any kind of relief that is possibly and legally conceivable for us to provide. We are here to support all of the families in this community and help them in their healing. It's tragic what happened, but let's also think about the people who put their lives out there on stake every single day as well to protect us, our safety, well-being, and also our physicians, the ones that I can tell you of at LACUSC that are right now treating at least 4 of the other victims there. I also want to say that they have also devoted their service to help providing protections for all of our residents in our community. The county's Office of Emergency Management has also been providing support and leveraging mental health resources at this very traumatic time, along with the city of Monterey Park, which, as you know and you can see, are very united and very resilient. Again, a heartfelt note to the families who lost their loved ones and to those that are recovering at this time. And with the help of the public, we can help to identify the individual that was behind this incident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was supposed to be a moment, a time of celebration. We're celebrating Lunar New Year's, which is such an important component of many communities around LA. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to express my condolences not only to the victims' family, but the entire AIPI community. My office has multiple roles in this case. Number one, by state law, we ran a mass casualty response unit. And since very early this morning, we began to mobilize countywide resources in my office as well in order to provide services to the victim's family and to the community. And this is work that will not only, it began today, but quite frankly, will go on for months and possibly years. The impact of trauma from this event goes on for a very long time. I want to thank the Sheriff Department, Sheriff Luna, and the Monterey Park Police Department for the incredible work they have done. We've had also our own law enforcement component has been here since very early on, working first with the Monterey Police Department, and we will continue to do that with the sheriff and other partners. Clearly, depending on whether an individual is arrested, we will talk about prosecution at a later date, and that is appropriate. I also want to thank the U.S. Justice Department, our U.S. Attorney, who is here today with us. Again, this is a joint effort, and depending on what the conditions are, the Bureau of Investigation is also part of this work. But what I want to make sure that we get across to our entire community is that we are a united community. When one of us is attacked, we're all here together. And regardless of what the motive was for this horrendous impact, for this horrendous event, we will continue to work together. We're here with Monterey Park, with the San Gabriel Valley, with our entire community. And we're not only here today, we will be here every day until the work is done. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out right now, and I want to speak to the Monterey Park community directly. Our police department, our city continues to provide protective services throughout this incident. We work with our partners both on a county, a state, and a federal level and try to resolve the situation as best we can and take our suspect into custody. The sheriff talked about the Langley Center. That's where our victim assistance has been set up. I asked that the partners in the press give those victims' families a little bit of space over there so that they can get information. You can imagine when they woke up this morning after the Lunar New Year festivals from yesterday, and they may not have found their loved one next to them in the bed or at home, and how that's affecting everybody in this community right now. I want to ensure everybody that as we get more information, we'll put it out as much as we can, and the Monterey Park Police Department is here as your partner in the community to keep it safe. Any information that people may have, related to the incident, they can call the police station. We will try to get information out as soon as we get it. I have a lot of uniformed police officers that are out on the street. Every single one of them is committed to the community. And if someone in the community has a question, has a concern, is scared, that officer's out there to make sure that they're okay. And all they have to do is reach out and ask the question. I'm going to open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Sheriff, can I ask you, you talked about, and again, we know that you're limited in what you can say for a number of reasons. You talked about the situation in Torrance right now, and you said that you don't, if the suspect didn't arrest or something for it, but you said it's possible. Is it also possible that a person who's in there, whether it's the suspect or not, is no longer alive? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Sheriff, are you aware of the, is it also possible that a person who's in there, whether it's the suspect or not, is no longer alive? Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Sheriff, are you aware of the one who's heard any gunshots that would make people think that was possible?
I don't have that information here in front of me, but that's also possible from, yes.
Do you have a name because you released a picture, or are you withholding the name and why is it?
We are withholding the name at this time. And as I stated earlier, it is a priority to apprehend this person. And we have a lot of resources throughout this entire region. And we believe if we're putting his name out, that will inhibit our ability to potentially arrest the suspect if he's out there, or maybe flee. So please be patient with us. You've been patient thus far, and this is why we're going to keep our word that we're going to continuously update you, because the community, I understand, they're thirsty for information. And yes, we did put his picture out, and that's because from a public safety perspective, we want people to see who this is and then give us any information that they may have about his whereabouts so that we can safely take him into custody.
It's very early, but do we know if this individual was working by himself and the motive of the situation?
No, we don't. And we have to keep all those options open. Was he by himself? Were there other suspects? Our detectives are looking at every angle. And that's the important thing that good investigators do, right? To keep every option on the table until we know for sure what the motive was, who else was involved, and other than getting this suspect into custody and providing the best case to either the district attorney or the U.S. Attorney's Office, our job is to collect every shred of this awful puzzle that has been laid out by this suspect. So, work in progress.
It's one of those options.
I believe that this is a domestic violence situation, and that's what we were behind this motive.
We've been asked that, and we're looking at every angle, whether it's domestic violence. The question was asked earlier about a hate crime. You have to leave the door open for any possibility until we understand who this suspect is, what his motives are, where he came from, what his intention was. At the end of the day, as a sheriff's department investigative unit, we are responsible for providing all the facts and evidence to our partners in the prosecutor's office so we can prosecute this individual to the full extent of the law. I don't have that information right now in front of me. We should be able to follow up with you on that as this incident goes on.
Sheriff, would you be able to confirm at this point that the suspect in the second location was in fact the same one who perpetrated this mass shooting here in Monterey Park?
We believe it is. I'm not confirming it 100% because, again, we still have to put this whole thing together. But the picture or the image that we're showing you is from the second location. And we believe that they are both connected. But again, we leave every option on the table. We have to leave it open because we don't want to focus on one area while someone else is getting away. So got to be open to all of it.
How he was apprehended, I mean, for a while by the patrons at Lili Dance Hall
earlier today, in regards to the weapon, I could tell you that it's not a high-powered assault rifle, but I don't want to get into the specifics on the weapon. In time, we will. Everyone will get exactly what that is, but I don't want to say anything that will impact or create more challenges for us in trying to apprehend this person. I think. We don't know that yet. When we find him, that doesn't mean he's not armed and dangerous.
Sheriff, finally, can you explain to us then, since the last briefing, what is new other than the photo?
Well,
I mean, the update, you got everyone here. I'm just trying to ascertain if there's anything new other than the photo.
we have the photo that's new. There's the incident that's occurring in Torrance where obviously there's a lot of questions and concerns about that. That's the update that we have.
Nothing from that. You're not able to tell us anything from that. So I'm just asking if there's anything definitive that you can tell us.
I'm giving you definitive information now, and I'm giving you the information that we have. And I had a choice to sit back and not come out here and be available, or come out here like we talked about earlier, and every time we get even a shred of an update to give you what we have, because there's significant public interest in this, as there should be. So if we call you out here in 2 hours, I'm hoping there's more information to provide, because I want this solved as much as anybody out there does. We want to, this has been painful. Let me go over here. I don't have that information in front of me. Yeah, typically I don't put out the specific locations just out of respect for the business. I'm sure as the day goes on, we'll be putting down those specific names of the businesses, because as you can imagine, if you're the business owner there and you had this horrible incident, they're traumatized as well. So let me go over here. You know, it is normal that when we have victims of violent crime, we don't talk about specific hospitals. And I'm going to share just a quick story as to why we don't. Earlier, it may have been mentioned that they were at a specific hospital, and somebody called one of those hospitals to say something along the lines that they want to go and finish a job. That is absolutely horrible. So again, I don't believe that's the information. Please, these victims and survivors are dealing with so much. Let's not traumatize them more. So yeah, and be patient with us. And our Sheriff's Information Bureau will put out another time where we're coming out. And I hope to have even better information. But as of right now, that's what we have. And again, thoughts and prayers to all the families involved in this. It's a horrible incident for our county. So thank you very much.
Yes, over there. In Spanish.
You were listening into this update there here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for continuing to watch all of this coverage. I want to take us out right now to our Fox 11 team as they continue to dive into what this all means and new details. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
To say that that is where the suspect is. In fact, he put out that bulletin to suggest otherwise, that they're still looking for their suspect. Christy, what do you know?
Well, what he did say was that this is a barricaded situation. He also said that the van you see there behind me, I'm going to step out of the way so you can see what's going on, matches the description of the one that the suspect in the shooting in Monterey Park was driving in. And we arrived about an hour ago. This is actually at Sepulveda and Hawthorne Boulevard. And when we arrived, Torrance police were in one of those armored vehicles, and we could hear them on the loudspeaker telling the person inside the van to roll down the window and drop his weapon. We did not see any movement inside that van, and Julio, who was behind the camera, actually zoomed in and could make out what appeared to be 2 bullet holes in the windshield. Again, we have not seen any movement, both from our vantage point and another vantage point that we had earlier today. Since then, the Sheriff's Department has come in and they have taken over. And about a half hour ago, officers and deputies came through the parking lot here at Hobby Lobby and told everyone that they needed to clear out. They said that it was due to a potential hazmat situation, but did not elaborate. People who were being cleared out asked, is it possible that there are explosives inside the van? And the police officers simply responded, we don't know. So at this point, we do not know what they are concerned about. We have seen LASD, SWAT, the Special Enforcement Bureau, get into one of their armored vehicles and drive around the van. As you can see, there's only windows, or appears to only be windows, at least from where we're looking, in the front, and the passenger and also the driver's side, and of course the windshield. But there are no windows in the back of the van or on the side of the van as far as we can tell. So it's very hard for them to see what is in there. And we do know at this point that the hazmat and the bomb squad teams have arrived. And you can see at this point, the Sheriff's Department has an armored vehicle in front and in back, and now on the side of that van. And we'll keep you posted. That, though, is the latest from Torrance. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy, thank you very much. And that white cargo van, from the beginning, from once we started to do our news coverage, we did learn that sheriffs were looking for that cargo van. Torrance, by the way, this location is about 30 miles or so from Monterey Park. So we are going to keep an eye on this, of course, all day, all night, and we will bring you updates later on this afternoon. Right now, we return you.
Thank you again to our Fox 11 team as they were providing an update, but they're getting back into their normal coverage here, and we're going to stick with this scenes here on Live Now from Fox as much as we can. And of course, this is a live picture right now of the possible barricade situation that's taking place in Torrance, California, following this tragic shooting in Monterey Park. So continue to follow us here on Live Now from Fox for all of this coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered. So we appreciate you tuning in as we continue on. But this is the scene there, as you just heard the reporter talk about them hearing from officials, the bullhorn that was taking place there. So, and also potential bullet holes in the car. And you can see they're now slowly moving toward this vehicle to potentially stop the opening of that driver's side door as they continue to follow this here on Live Now from Fox, as we're just watching this unfold from some distance away in Torrance, California. After this mass shooting, they're still said they're unsure if this victim or this person is the alleged shooter in that mass shooting in Monterey Park overnight. You can see the drone there overhead as well. So police using all of their gadgets to make sure this one comes to a resolution this afternoon, as they are taking their time, but also working rather quickly, as this all happened last night about 10:30 p.m. They were still searching for a suspect. We had an update from earlier today about stuff. So we're still following all of this here on Live Now from Fox and trying to get as much information as we can. So don't forget to continue to follow us, subscribe, because this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox with all these new latest breaking stories. But we just heard from Robert Luna there, the sheriff in Los Angeles. So following this here on very closely. Let's listen and just see if we can get any more sounds from the scene here on Live Now from Fox. As we watch this here on Live now from Fox very, very closely, I'm Andy Mack, and we're just continuing to try to piece together, piecemeal some information of what we do know and what's going on right here on Live now from Fox. Of course, they are unsure if that person in that vehicle is the suspect in this potential shooting. But we're going to continue to follow it here on Live now from Fox. I want to put up just some information if you're just joining us from Fox 11 or elsewhere, just about the new information that we're continuing to get in here about this tragic scene overnight. Of course, 10 people lost their lives, were declared deceased on the scene overnight in Monterey Park, California. So we're going to continue to follow this here on Live now from Fox. See if I can put up this scene as we're doing it all here live, raw, and unfiltered on our own. As you can see, the live scene as 10 people have died, 10 more injured. Just to give you some information, police say the suspect is a male that's an Asian adult, possibly in his 30s or 40s. They say he's unsure if the Monterey Park and the Alhambra scenes are connected. We haven't heard much from the Alhambra scene in that latest update, as they were providing an update on the Monterey Park scene. So this is a possible barricade situation with this white van. They were looking for a white van, a cargo van. They said it was a vehicle of interest. They did not confirm if the suspect was in there, and they didn't want to give it away based on the fact that they didn't know 100%. And if they didn't know 100%, they didn't want to let it be known what they were thinking or what a potential suspect would also. But you can just see from overhead right now here on Live now from Fox. Let's put it up full so we can really see it. Police now are in the van. This is very big news as they're working on this. We saw the bomb squad, a hazmat team on the ground, but they have got into the van now, in this white van, and you can just see quite a bit of material being removed from the van right now. So still following this very, very closely. Potential connection to the Monterey Park shooting overnight that left 10 people deceased following a celebration of the Lunar New Year. So a very tragic moment, but this is Torrance, about 30 miles or so away from Monterey Park. So we're following this here as much as we can as the potential suspect there in this. So let's continue to listen in here and see if we can get a helicopter or any sounds from over. Certainly some big developments there. As let's also put up this scene, as you can see from the ground level, as they are working to get in this scene, and viewer discretion advised based on this. So we're going to keep it up, keep it overhead, as a potential victim might be in there as well. And I do not want to have our viewers see that here on Live Now from Fox, a very potentially disturbing image. As we do not know what the victim is, who the victim is, if they're inside this vehicle. But a potential suspect on the scene there, as you can look from overhead. We're following this very, very closely. As you can see, some medical personnel, I believe, on the ground here as they're monitoring it as well. So a very interesting image that I'm seeing at right now, but I don't want to put it up in case something really graphic happens. So we're just going to keep it right here on Live Now from Fox and make sure we have everyone at home stay safe and not worried about this. But you can see from the ground, let's see if we can put it up here just a little bit. As you can see, people on the ground. You saw some medical personnel with a stethoscope as well, potentially seeing if a person's still alive inside the vehicle. So potentially graphic images that we're not going to put up here on Live Now from Fox, with a mask and also some latex gloves. And we're going to put it up now as the SWAT vehicle now kind of in the way, blocking our view, but a potential graphic image that I did not want to be shown here on Live Now from Fox, but it was potentially seeing if the victim was in the vehicle, and also just seeing if the person was, what condition the person was in. So we're also watching our reporters live on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get overhead one more time as they're looking through this vehicle. You can see some tarps, some different things on the ground outside of this vehicle as they're now inside the vehicle. They're trying to clear this vehicle. There was a hazmat situation that was taking place there. Hazmat or bomb squad, just making sure everything was cleared so there wasn't something very tragic that happened here in Torrance, California, following this Monterey Park shooting, this mass shooting. As you can see, police now getting into the vehicle, this white van, the drone still overhead, several SWAT vehicles on the ground. So this is our two live situations here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to update the banner real quick and have you continue to watch.
They like to call it a rescue vehicle.
As we continue to watch it here on Live Now from Fox, our Fox 11 team might be bringing us a report, so hopefully we're going to take you out to it here live. Let's see if we can just listen into their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Out there, you see that white cargo van that has been the subject of much attention all morning. Christy Fajardo is out there, and we now believe more strongly that that van and the person inside is linked to the deadly shootings in Monterey Park. Christy, go ahead. What have you seen?
Yeah, well, Sheriff Luna would not make the connection, but he did say that the van there you see behind me is, or at least matches the description of the suspect vehicle. And there have been developments in the last couple of minutes. Sheriff Luna called this a barricade situation, but just minutes ago, we actually saw LASD SWAT approach the vehicle. They popped out the window and then started to open the door. And as they were doing so, it appeared that someone who was in the driver's seat fell out and that they actually had to kind of push that person back in. That person, as far as we could tell, was not moving. And Julio, who's behind the camera about an hour ago, was able to zoom in from a different vantage point. He could actually make out what appeared to be two bullet holes in the windshield. And still a very fluid situation. We saw what appeared to be a medic approach the person that was inside, the driver's side. Don't know exactly what happened. They have since moved the armored vehicle that you see, which has limited our vantage point. But again, there's a very large law enforcement presence. When we first arrived just after 11, we were hearing Torrance police on a loudspeaker telling whoever was inside the van to roll down the window and to throw out his weapon. But we didn't see any movement at that point from inside the van, and we've not seen any since. The Sheriff's Department did come through the parking lot of the Hobby Lobby. We're actually at Hawthorne Boulevard and Sepulveda. It started to clear people out, saying that there was a potential hazmat situation, but they did not elaborate on what that could be. Again, they've not been able to, up until now, actually see what's inside the van, but again, they have just opened the door and appear to be tending to someone who was in the driver's seat, and no doubt are getting a better look at what might be inside there. And we will, of course, keep you posted. That's the latest from Torrance. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. And from our vantage point with the view from Skyfox, we can see that all the doors are now open to the cargo van, except for the rear door where there's a Bearcat that is nudged up against it. There also appears to be some broken glass on the parking lot, the asphalt there in front of it. Not quite sure with this pile of cloth is, material is, but it looks as if they are emptying that cargo van. Indeed, they will be looking for evidence and to see whether or not this person inside the van was indeed connected to the shooting, which killed 10 people and injured 10 others. Another interesting thing about what Sheriff Luna just mentioned, he mentioned that he didn't like to name the hospitals where the victims were taken, and that in one instance, there was actually somebody who called in and said that they were on their way to the hospital to finish the job. And that is not the kind of trauma that these victims have already suffered, that they need any more of that kind of thing. So interesting to watch the investigation here, the incident here, as the as all of the SWAT members and the Sheriff's Department look into this van to, again, get a strong connection, a connection that this man was indeed the one responsible for the mass shooting in Monterey Park. Any way that we can pull up the bulletin that the Sheriff's Department put out, it was about an hour or so ago, no, a little bit more than that ago, they put out a bulletin with a suspect photo, and they described the man as Asian, originally between the ages of 30 and 50, but now that they have this photo, maybe they will adjust that age. But he's 5'10", 150 pounds, a darker complexion. He did not want to, the sheriff did not want to name this person, I would suspect, because at the second location, witnesses were able to disarm this man, so they would have had, you know, probably enough evidence to identify who this man is, but they did not want to release that information as yet, probably because of the situation you're looking at now live from Skyfox in Torrance, but also because they weren't 100% sure that that is the suspect. And so in case that name was still out there, that they wanted to make sure that they would not inhibit the investigation and an arrest. We're going to go now to Gina Silva. She is at the scene, the original scene, in Monterey Park. And Gina, what more have you learned?
Well, Susan, we're located right now at Garvey Avenue and Garfield Avenue in Monterey Park. And just take a look behind me. This is where all the Lunar New Year festivities would be taking place if it had not been for that mass shooting that occurred last night. All of the activities planned for today here in Monterey Park have been canceled. We've spoken with people in this community. This is their reaction.
I was just so sad and scared. Because I'm from Diamond Bar and like I've been living in Alhambra for a long time, and I was just heartbroken that people can't just celebrate with their families and safely, you know, and it's just a scary world.
Everyone's in shock, and yeah, just the timing of it, like, during the Lunar Festival, just very crazy.
I will send my deepest condolences to all of them. Hopefully one day they will find the victim, the suspect. But nothing can be done already. The future things to prevent it from happening, gun control.
Like many people in Los Angeles, I grabbed my phone, I checked the news headlines, and I saw that this devastating crime happened last night. I was shocked. Once I got over the shock, I just felt compelled to come out and be part of the community to show support.
Someone called me and say, Chester, I think they call me for greeting, but he called me, no, he say the street fair in Los Angeles and the Monterey Park got mass shooting.
Just absolutely devastating. So many people shocked that it happened last night around 10:20. Now take a look. We have audio of when the paramedics were making that call.
Engine 61, RE61, gunshot wound, 122 West Garvey Avenue. Stage for PD Intel Code 4, Garfield Avenue, Ramona Avenue, Red 1.
Monterey Park police responded to a call of shots fired around 10:20 at the Star Dance Studio, located at 122 West Garvey in Monterey Park. When they arrived, it was a gruesome scene. 20 people had been shot, 10 were dead. The gunman was gone. About 20 minutes later, a male Asian suspect walked into another ballroom in Alhambra. But people at the Lai Lai Ballroom and Studio managed to take away his weapon. That studio is located just about 2 miles north of the first shooting location. And of course, as you know, Christie is at the location where they do believe the suspect is. So we will be live here throughout the day and bring you the latest.
All right, Gina Silva, thank you very much. And as you see there, just to the left, stage left of Gina, still the live picture out of Torrance as we see the teams leaving the area, highly suggesting that this is pretty much over and that they realize that the person that was inside that van is dead and not a threat to them, certainly. All right, we also want to go to Hal Eisner. He has been at the Monterey Park City Hall and has been amongst all those people, elected officials and the new sheriff, talking about what this means to the community and where people can go if they might need some help finding the possible dead victims. Hal.
Yeah, one of the things that the sheriff did in his second news conference here at City Hall today was to show a picture. We've talked about this picture. This is a bulletin. Let's go full frame to this picture if we could and talk about this man. Now, he's a person of interest. It's somebody they want to find. It's a man described as being male, Asian, dark complected, 5'10", 150 pounds, wearing a black leather jacket, a beanie, and glasses. And here's a little more of what the sheriff elaborated on during the news conference.
We had a vehicle that was described as a white box van, I guess you'd say, a van of interest. And there's a van that looks just like what was described to us in the city of Torrance. It's a barricaded suspect situation. We are working with one of our partner agencies, the Torrance Police Department, to resolve that. We believe there is a person inside of that vehicle. We don't know their condition, but we're going to handle that in the safest manner.
It was not the soundbite we were looking for, but what the sheriff did say was they weren't ready to fully say that this was the person involved. There's a lot of agencies looking into this thing. They're interacting with each other. They say the investigative process takes time, asking for everybody's patience, but at the same time holding back on saying whether the person in this bulletin is the person that they are actually believing was a suspect, but they are asking you, if you in the public know anything about this man that is in this picture, to call the sheriff's department. And Susan, as far as some where people can get help, we're gonna have to put that on the website. It's a center in the area, and we will do that.
Yes, indeed. I can tell you how precisely what Sheriff Luna said. He said that people that might need some help finding their loved ones, if the loved one did not come home last night, that they should go to the Langley Center, Senior Center, and we'll have that information up for you shortly. But that is where you're asked to go. In the meantime, Sheriff Luna also made a point of saying that he would prefer that other people who are not related to this not go to the center, because that those people who have already been victimized need their space. They absolutely need their space. Other information that came out of a fairly lengthy news conference from Sheriff Luna and also from others, and that has to do with the fact that people are just devastated, obviously, for this community. We heard earlier from Hilda Solis, who also pointed to Asian hate. It doesn't appear that this necessarily will be an Asian hate incident, since the man was Asian and the suspect is Asian and went into a predominantly Asian community. However, there is a connection, from what I'm told, by trauma specialists that 65%, like a high number of mass casualty situations are ultimately related to domestic violence. So perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised if it turns out that the suspect was indeed going after a particular person that they were related to, and then it turned into something else. So as you see there, as we keep an eye on the Torrance location, again, this is about 30 miles away from the original location in Monterey Park. It was about 10:20 yesterday, last night, when a man entered a dance studio. There was the ends of a celebration, a Lunar Year celebration. There were still people in there, obviously, but it wasn't going full force. It was towards the end of the celebration, from what we understand. Opened fire, shot 20 people. 10 of them are in the hospital, 10 of them dead. Of the dead, 5 men, 5 women. And some of the earlier video that we saw coming from the scene suggested that this was not like a you know, a dance club where you saw a lot of young people. There were, in fact, because this is like a ballroom dance studio, there were, in fact, a lot of older people that might not fit what your idea is at a club on a Saturday night. But again, this is the Lunar Weekend celebration. Monterey Park had just had a huge celebration during the day. On Saturday, they expected to have the second day of festivities. But that has all been canceled. And you see here now, so this is some video that we got from the scene. And one person that was just put into the ambulance there. Also sort of interesting to hear from the sheriff about what the sheriff had to say, how he did not want to disclose the hospitals where these people were taken. And then he also mentioned the fact that someone had the audacity. Sorry, that's making me a little emotional, but it's just crazy to think that somebody would have the audacity to call a hospital and say, I'm coming there to finish the job. And as you see, yet another one of the victims being put into the ambulance. All right, we want to show you some of the responses that are coming out from not only the community, but also from high-ranking politicians, including Joe Biden. So he wrote this tweet. You can read along. Sorry, I didn't realize I'd be so emotional. Jill and I are praying for those killed and injured in last night's deadly mass shooting in Monterey Park. I'm monitoring this situation closely as it develops and urge the community to follow guidance from local officials and law enforcement in the hours ahead. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We are continuing our coverage. We are continuing all the research that we need to do in order to figure this out, but we will return later.
Thank you again to our Fox 11 team as they were continuing their coverage here throughout the day. So certainly we at Live Now continue our coverage, live, raw, and unfiltered. One-man band here, Andy Mack, just covering it all here on this Sunday afternoon as it's just about 1:15 in the afternoon here. As this is a live picture once more, as you can see the white van there, a potential possible suspect in this mass shooting in Monterey Park. This is a scene from Torrance, California. Of course, we're monitoring it live, raw, and unfiltered all day long, like we've done all morning as well. No commercial breaks here, unlike some of our other Fox stations. They go to commercial and other programming. We stick with it here on Live Now from Fox, covering it in detail, in full, so you can get the full picture of everything that's going on throughout the day. So we heard multiple press conferences already from Robert Luna, Los Angeles County Sheriff. We heard from different representatives. We heard from different officials. We saw the bomb squad arrive on the ground. We had reports from different reporters. So certainly a lot of developing moments there from earlier today as the shooting taking place overnight in Monterey Park at a Lunar New Year celebration inside of a building, a possible banquet center. They were looking for a potential suspect in this, an Asian adult male. So following this here on Live Now from Fox, this is still a live picture right now of what we can see overhead. We're also getting this picture from our Sky Fox team as they're getting in now the back side of the vehicle, making sure everything's clear as well. So this is following protocol as well. They moved the Bearcat away so they could enter the vehicle, and we will take it away if there's anything our viewers should not see, but they get into the vehicle and make sure everything is cleared before departing the scene. So hopefully we'll have another update from police in the coming moments as they do get into this van in Torrance, California, in the Hobby Lobby, the Walmart parking lot there. Potential suspect, they do not know 100% right now. Police said, Robert Luna did not know. They said they were unsure if they were, but certainly the description on the van matches up. So it's likely, but not 100% positive right now. So still following this here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to put up the 2-box here with different scenes that were unfolding here from the day. As hopefully we'll get a new update potentially in the coming moments as we're watching this all unfold as they enter the van. The bomb squad has moved away. There are also the hazmat crew on the ground following this scene, and obviously 10 people tragically died overnight celebrating, having a good time as they were celebrating the Lunar New Year, unfortunately coming to a close too soon. 10 people also injured. You saw some very graphic images of people getting led away in a ambulance there from the scene in Monterey Park. These two scenes 30 or so miles away. Not necessarily close, but they've been looking for the suspect for about 12 hours when the scene started to somewhat unfold, so probably a little bit more than 12 hours, I'd say. But you can just see the scenes from different people in different locations. Now we have a new location, it looks like, as they're at a different white van, it looks like, here in Torrance, California. So this is very, very interesting as the helicopter overhead zooming out on two different locations, potentially related, potentially not. We do not know a ton of information. As you can see, there's yet another white van there. So this is very interesting. Several white vans on the ground, very close in proximity. I do not know why or what they might include, but you can see different Bearcats, different armored vehicles, different SWAT crews with these several different white vans. I want to say the count is 3. I saw the initial one, the one they just zoomed into, and the other one on the top of the screen. So this is certainly interesting that we're watching here on Live Now from Fox. And I believe that was the initial one, so maybe just 2, as this was the initial one in the Hobby Lobby parking lot. So just 2 vans as of now. I might have miscounted because they were looking into another one. So this is very, very interesting in Torrance, California, where they were providing an update on what we know as of yet following a tragedy overnight in Monterey Park. So I'm going to continue to kind of search for information here, and we'll just keep this shot up here on Live Now from Fox.
Just give me a 1-minute warning, Dan, when you need to leave.
This is certainly some new information that we're looking at here right now on Live Now from Fox, as the sheriff, the Bearcats there on the move to a potential second van they're looking into. So we're going to keep this updated. We obviously don't know a ton of information right now, but the proximity seems very, very close. It's just a couple blocks away in Torrance, California, not necessarily potentially related, potentially not. We do not know. We also saw a helicopter land on the ground there. I do not know why that's there, but certainly a sheriff helicopter as well. So we're still trying to get as much information as possible right now, but we're just watching this all unfold here on Live Now from Fox.
Driver's seat, driver's seat.
Again, this is the sheriff helicopter there landing on Sepulveda or Hawthorne. I'm not sure exactly which boulevard that is in Torrance, California, but they're also looking into potentially a second white van in a different parking lot. You can see just there to the the Hobby Lobby Walmart parking lot. This was the initial white van they were watching very, very closely, but there was also a potential another scene with another white van, similar markings on it. So as of now, we have no idea what the connection is or if there is one, but I did want to point that out, that the fact that we are seeing two white vans, similar make, similar model, within a very small proximity here. As you can see, there's the bomb squad as well, different hazmat crews, but also another white van, a similar one where SWAT was looking into it as well with a Bearcat. Hopefully they'll zoom over to that as well to keep an eye on it here as we continue to watch on Live Now from Fox. Don't know if they're even connected to the Monterey Park shooting, which happened overnight, 30 miles away from here. The sheriff there in Los Angeles, Robert Luna, did not want to disclose that information or did not know that information as of yet. But we're still following this here on Live Now from Fox as they're looking into multiple vans. This is what we're seeing here on Live Now from Fox in a different parking lot, probably less than a mile away. It wouldn't even be a mile away, just based on what we're seeing from overhead, just a few blocks away. But a potential suspect here in another white van, I do not know. And I bet a lot of people don't know a ton of information about what's going on the ground here. So still trying to figure out all the details of what's going on, what's transpiring at these two locations. So we're going to keep an eye on this and just keep this shot up here on Live Now from Fox. So we're following this scene here on Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and get into some other top stories coming up after this.
there she is. She just left the stage, but is always on the stage. And we love all of our frontline folks. And this room is filled with them. Filled with them. Good afternoon, everyone. It is good to be back in Florida. And Tallahassee in the house. So before we are here together because we collectively believe and know America is a promise. America is a promise. It is a promise of freedom and liberty. Not for some, but for all. A promise we made in the Declaration of Independence, that we are each endowed with the right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Be clear, these rights were not bestowed upon us. They belong to us as Americans. And it is that freedom and liberty that enabled generations of Americans to chart their own course and decide their own future with, yes, ambition and aspiration. Therein lies the strength of our nation. And since our founding, we have then been on a march forward to fully realize our promise, to complete the unfinished work to secure freedom and liberty for all. Now, these outcomes will not be inevitable. They will not just happen. It takes steadfast determination and dedication, the kind of determination and dedication possessed by some of our greatest patriots, those Americans who fought a civil war to end the sin of slavery, who organized at Seneca Falls to secure a woman's right to vote, who launched the Freedom Rides to advance civil rights, and spoke out at the Stonewall Inn to defend human rights. In each of these movements, those leaders expanded rights, which then advanced the cause of freedom and liberty. And 50 years ago today, so did those who won a fight in the United States Supreme Court to recognize the fundamental constitutional right of a woman to make decisions about her own body. Not the government. For nearly 50 years, Americans relied on the rights that Roe protected. Today, however, on what would have been its 50th anniversary, we speak of the Roe decision in the past tense. Because last June, the United States Supreme Court took away that constitutional right, a fundamental right, a basic freedom from the people of America, from the women of America. The court's action has meant already that many dedicated doctors and nurses now lose their ability to care for their patients. That providers risk going to jail just for doing their job. And that patients are denied critical care and even fear that they will be punished simply for seeking care. It has meant that a 10-year-old child in Ohio who was sexually assaulted and became pregnant had to leave her home state and travel to another to receive care. It has meant that the doctor who treated her faced death threats and efforts to take away her medical license. And for Amanda, a 35-year-old woman in Texas, it meant in the midst of a miscarriage, she was denied treatment 3 times in 3 days at an emergency room because of that state's abortion ban. And only after she developed sepsis, an infection that almost killed her, did the hospital finally admit her. Thank God, Amanda survived, and she, with her husband Josh, is here today. And I want to thank them both for having the courage to tell their story in a way that will inspire so many individuals and their families to know they are not alone. The consequences of the Supreme Court's ruling are not only limited to those who need reproductive care. Other basic health care is at risk. Consider Emma, a 14-year-old who lives in Arizona. So Emma manages her chronic arthritis with medication that allows her to go to school and live without constant pain. But the medication that helps her can also cause pregnancy loss. So within weeks of the Dobbs decision, her pharmacy initially refused to fill her prescription, afraid that they could be prosecuted under the state's radical law. All of these devastating experiences, the direct result of laws designed by extremists, including in states like Florida. Last year, so-called leaders at the State House here in Tallahassee passed a radical abortion ban with no exceptions, even for the survivors of crimes like rape and child molestation and human trafficking. Here in Florida, healthcare providers face prison for up to 5 years for simply doing their job. And now, the state has also targeted medication abortion and even threatened Florida pharmacists with criminal charges if they provide medications prescribed by medical professionals. And Florida is not alone. 22 states have announced they will not follow new federal rules that allow women to get medication prescribed by their doctor from a certified pharmacy. Imagine. So today, we are fighting back. I'm pleased to announce that President Biden, I'm announcing it today, has issued a presidential memorandum on this issue. Members of our cabinet and our administration are now directed, as of the president's order, to identify barriers to access to prescription medication and to recommend actions to make sure that doctors can legally prescribe, that pharmacies can dispense, and that women can secure safe and effective medication. So President Biden has done that. At the same time that we work to protect this aspect of reproductive care, many states have gone even further and now have total bans in effect. Alabama, Missouri, and South Dakota, just to name a few. And as clinics close in those states, understand, as clinics are closing in those states, patients have lost access to other basic care, such as routine checkups, cancer screenings, and contraception. And to everyone listening, be sure no one is immune from these impacts. Even in states that protect reproductive rights like New Jersey, Illinois, Oregon, even then people live in fear of what might be next. Because Republicans in Congress are now calling for a nationwide abortion ban. Some even from the moment of conception. The right of every woman in every state in this country to make decisions about her own body is on the line. And I've said it before and I will say it again. How dare they? How dare they? And you know, there's a collection of words. There's a collection of words that mean everything to us as Americans. The heartfelt words of our great national anthem, that America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. But let us ask, can we truly be free if a woman cannot make decisions about her own body? Can we truly be free if a doctor cannot care for her patients? Can we truly be free if families cannot make intimate decisions about the course of their own lives? And can we truly be free if so-called leaders claim to be, quote, I quote, on the vanguard of freedom, while they dare to restrict the rights of the American people and attack the very foundations of freedom? understand clearly the majority of Americans oppose these attacks. Americans of every background, in every community, have voiced their perspective. From Kansas to California, Michigan, Montana, Kentucky, and Vermont. They spoke with their vote. In essence, they said, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree that the government should not be telling people what to do with their own bodies. So know this, President Biden and I agree, and we will never back down. We will not back down. And we know this fight will not be won until we secure this right for every American. Congress must pass a bill that protects freedom and liberty. A bill that protects reproductive rights, and President Biden will sign it. So yes, America is a promise we must all make real. In every state, in every community, in every state house, in every doctor's office, and yes, in every election. So, to all the friends and leaders, I say, let us not be tired or discouraged, because we're on the right side of history. So we will continue to stand together in the fight to protect the freedom and liberty of all people, of all women everywhere. And here now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right. Today, I invite all Americans to join us and to remember, when we fight, we win. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
Those were some remarks there from Kamala Harris as she was talking about reproductive rights on the 50th anniversary of Roe versus Wade. We want to take you right back out to Torrance, California. This is a live picture right now overhead as we continue to follow all of these scenes here on Live Now from Fox. Potentially a connection between the mass shooting in Monterey Park to this scene in Torrance, California. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. This is a live look overhead as we continue to follow all of these scenes out of Torrance, California. Not sure if they're related to the mass shooting overnight in Monterey Park, California as well. Those are some 30 miles apart, but they also had a vehicle of interest, a white cargo van, and it certainly matches the description. I want to take us right back out to from earlier today with the sheriff of Los Angeles as he was making some remarks, Robert Luna. Let's listen into some of these remarks to keep you updated if you haven't heard them before.
Thank you, Captain. As most of you were here earlier today, it's very important for our community to be updated on something as significant and tragic as this. So we're back up here, making ourselves available to you for any questions. I think you're aware that at 11:18 this morning, we released a bulletin with a picture or an image of what we believe to be the suspect. We haven't named him, and there's a reason for that. We have a lot of resources in the Sheriff's Department, working with other agencies to make sure, again, that our priority, beyond taking care of the victims and survivors of this horrible incident, that we get this man off the streets. So I think that all of you have received this. I want to address also that there is a tactical incident that's occurring in the city of Torrance that is being covered. People have asked, is that your suspect? We don't know. As I said earlier today, we had a vehicle that was described as a white box van, I guess you'd say, a van of interest. And there's a van that looks just like what was described to us in the city of Torrance. It's a barricaded suspect situation. We are working with one of our partner agencies, the Torrance Police Department, to resolve that. We believe there is a person inside of that vehicle. We don't know their condition, but we're going to handle that in the safest manner that we possibly can to try and identify that person. Could it be our suspect? Possibly. But at this point, if we're doing our jobs correctly, we're not only looking at that situation or scenario, but we're making sure that we're looking at any and every possibility. So I do encourage our community, if they have any leads, maybe they saw the picture of this individual, to come forward with any information that they believe may help us in this very critical and important investigation. That's going to be very important. I also want to talk about the victim survivor side of this. In response to our mass shooting this morning, a victim resource center has been set up at the Langley Senior Citizen Center located at 400 West Emerson Avenue. And I want to make sure that the appropriate victims, families, friends take advantage of that resource. There are many people behind me. Some of them will speak, representatives from different agencies, and there's so many parts to this, right? The response, the medical side of it. But as we're looking for this suspect, we will not forget the victims and survivors. And it's important because you can just imagine the trauma that they've experienced, and it's our responsibility to wrap our arms around them. So representatives from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the District Attorney's Office, and the District Attorney, George Gascon, is standing here with us. The Red Cross, the Department of Health Victim Services are at the center to assist the victims, survivors, and their families. If anyone believes their relative may be a victim, please contact representatives at this Victims Resource Center that I'm talking again. about. And again, if you think that you have questions, you're upset, you haven't been able to locate a family member that you think's involved, please go out to this victim center and we will assist you. That's why we're there. At the center, we also have members from the Psychological Services Bureau, from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And as we go hour by hour, if we see any other needs, there are multiple agencies that have contacted us. Everybody wants to help, which is amazing in this time, because we need to depend on each other in difficult circumstances like this. So with that, I am going to turn it over to the next speaker, and I'll be here for questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna, and I also want to congratulate and actually give credit to the first responders, as well as our sheriff team and the city of Monterey Park, the chief of police, the many deputies, and as well as the DA's office, Mr. Gascon, and also to our elected officials that are here with us this morning representing the city of Monterey Park. I am, as you know, very heartbroken to hear of the news of what occurred with the individuals that lost their lives. But I think now we have to look at the victims, the survivors, and as the sheriff said, this is what the county does best. Help provide assistance, mental health services, any kind of relief that is possibly and legally conceivable for us to provide. We are here to support all of the families in this community and help them in their healing. It's tragic what happened, but let's also think about the people who put their lives out there on stake every single day as well to protect us, our safety, well-being, and also our physicians, the ones that I can tell you of at LACUSC that are right now treating at least 4 of the other victims there. I also want to say that they have also devoted their service to help providing protections for all of our residents in our community. The county's Office of Emergency Management has also been providing support and leveraging mental health resources at this very traumatic time, along with the city of Monterey Park, which, as you know and you can see, are very united and very resilient. Again, a heartfelt note to the families who lost their loved ones and to those that are recovering at this time. And with the help of the public, we can help to identify the individual that was behind this incident. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, this was supposed to be a moment, a time of celebration. We're celebrating Lunar New Year's, which is such an important component of many communities around LA. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to express my condolences not only to the victims' family, but the entire AIPI community. My office has multiple roles in this case. Number one, by state law, we ran a mass casualty response unit, and since very early this morning, we began to mobilize countywide resources in my office as well in order to provide services to the victim's family and to the community. And this is work that will not only, it began today, but quite frankly, will go on for months and possibly years. You know, the impact of trauma from this event goes on for a very long time. I want to thank the Sheriff Department, Sheriff Luna, and the Monterey Park Police Department for the incredible work they have done. We've had also our own law enforcement component has been here since very early on, working first with the Monterey Police Department, and we will continue to do that with the sheriff and other partners. Clearly, depending on whether an individual is arrested, we will talk about prosecution at a later date, and that is appropriate. I also want to thank the U.S. Justice Department, our U.S. Attorney, who is here today with us. Again, this is a joint effort, and depending on what the conditions are, the Bureau of Investigation is also part of this work. But what I want to make sure that we get across to our entire community is that we are a united community. When one of us is attacked, we're all here together. And regardless of what the motive was for this horrendous impact, for this horrendous event, We will continue to work together. We're here with Monterey Park, with the San Gabriel Valley, with our entire community. And we're not only here today, we will be here every day until the work is done. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody for coming out right now, and I want to speak to the Monterey Park community directly. Our police department, our city continues to provide protective services throughout this incident. We work with our partners both on a county, a state, and a federal level and try to resolve the situation as best we can and take our suspect into custody. The sheriff talked about the Langley Center. That's where our victim assistance has been set up. I asked that the partners in the press give those.
You're just listening into coverage here on Live and Now from Fox. I want to take us out live, raw, and unfiltered to our Fox 10 at 11 team as they continue to cover all of this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen into their coverage.
What she went through, and that's what he's telling us right here. Take a look.
She hid under the table, and what else? She just said she was really scared. She saw the gunman. She said he had a long firearm, and she said she just didn't dare look at his face. And she said that the police got there, but after the gunman first finished shooting or whatever, maybe he ran out of rounds, I don't know, and he left, and then the police came.
Absolutely terrifying what the people went through, the people that were at that dance studio. Now, as you know, all of the festivities have been canceled for today because of that mass shooting. Many of the people are coming by here, some bringing flowers, and we got some of their reactions. Take a look.
I was just so sad and scared because I'm from Diamond Bar and I've been living in Alhambra for a long time, and I was just heartbroken that people can't just celebrate with their families and safely, and it's just a scary world.
Everyone's in shock, and yeah, just the timing of it, during the Lunar Festival, just very crazy.
I will send my deepest condolences to all of them. Hopefully one day they will find the suspect. But nothing can be done already. The future things to prevent it from happening, gun control.
Like many people in Los Angeles, I grabbed my phone, I checked the news headlines, and I saw that this devastating crime happened last night. I was shocked. Once I got over the shock, I just felt compelled to come out and be part of the community to show support.
Someone called me and say, Chester, I think they call me for greeting, but he called me, no, he say the street fair in Los Angeles and the Monterey Park got mass shooting.
Back here live, we are live at Garvey and Garfield Avenues in Monterey Park. And this is where all the Lunar New Year festivities were to be taking place. As you can see, the booths are being taken down. And that's because everything has been canceled because of that mass shooting that occurred last night. And some of the people that are showing up here didn't actually know that a shooting had taken place. So they were shocked to find out that everything had been canceled and why. Such a devastating reason. Susan, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Oh, Gina, and then on top of that, it just adds insult to injury because the community was so looking forward to celebrating the Lunar New Year, and that was a huge celebration, a huge festival that had been canceled for the last couple of years, of course, because of the pandemic. So, Gina Silva, thank you so much for that coverage. Hal Eisner is at the Monterey Park City Hall. That has been the scene of multiple news conferences now. Hal.
As we heard in Gina's report, there's a lot of anguish, a lot of people upset over what happened. But it's not just people in the community. It's the leaders of the community. It's the Congress people. It's the county supervisors. So in talking to Congresswoman Judy Chu today and County Supervisor Hilda Solis, it was clear in just having a conversation how upset they were. We start with Judy Chu, who said that this could have been so much worse had it been a little bit earlier.
The very same officials were there 1 block away with the opening of the Lunar New Year festival, and thousands were surrounding us. It was so crowded.
And when you're back in Washington, you take this with you. What do you do with this?
Unfortunately, I have now become a member of the club of members of Congress who've had a mass shooting in their districts. It has been happening on a daily basis now, and we can barely keep count of these mass shootings. Something has to be done.
You're having a tough time with this, aren't you?
It's devastating. This is a very tranquil community, and we were just here yesterday. This was the first time in 2.5 years that they got to celebrate. This is the epicenter for any events regarding Lunar New Year. This is where they begin, and then they spread out throughout the communities across LA County. And so to know that this happened last night, that individual took the lives of 10 people and then hurt 10 others, and then these people are now, some of them, fighting for their lives.
They are fighting for their lives at local hospitals, and right now, you know, everybody that spoke here at City Hall, and there were many officials from Hilda Solis to Judy Chu to District Attorney George Cascon, hoping that they finish this story with the quick arrest of whoever was responsible. And again, regardless of what's happening down there in Torrance, it has not yet been confirmed who that person was in the van. We are still waiting to learn that. Susan?
Indeed. Okay, and we are waiting for another news conference where possibly we can find out whether for sure the person that was in that van that appears to be dead is related to this mass casualty, mass shooting. Hal Eisner, thank you very much. So the investigation continues into this deadly shooting. Of course, it will take some time, but here's what we do know at this moment. 10 people, 5 women, 5 men are dead. 10 others were wounded in the shooting at Star Ballroom Dance Studio in Monterey Park. The wounded victims are hospitalized in conditions ranging from stable to critical. We believe the suspect was found dead inside a van in Torrance. We're waiting for confirmation on that, and Christy Fajardo had suggested that we could have a news conference before 3 o'clock. Another investigation is underway in Alhambra, where an armed suspect believed to be the same man walked into another dance hall, and individuals there wrestled a weapon away from that man. And we are told that the gun looked more like a gun, a handgun, as opposed to an assault rifle. That's coming from various reports. Now, a victim center has been set up for people affected by this tragedy. Perhaps you do not know where your loved one is. It is not far away in Monterey Park at the Langley Senior Center. That's 400 West Emerson in Monterey Park. We will continue to follow all of these breaking developments in this deadly mass shooting, but we are told that if you need information, that is a good place to go. However, if you have nothing to do with victims or possible missing loved ones, that you are asked to stay away. We will have another update for you coming up, but right now we return you to our regular programming.
Thank you again to our Fox 11 team as they continue to cover this. This is, again, an overhead shot from the scene in Torrance, California. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
we have said publicly, North Korea delivered infantry rockets and missiles into Russia for use by Wagner toward the end of last year. So today, we are releasing some imagery of this initial delivery. This imagery shows that on November 18th, 5 Russian rail cars traveled from Russia to North Korea. On the next day, November 19th, North Korea loaded those rail cars with shipping containers, and the train returned to Russia. Now, while we assess that the amount of material delivered to Wagner has not changed battlefield dynamics in Ukraine, we do expect that it will continue to receive North Korean weapon systems. We obviously condemn North Korea's actions, and we urge North Korea to cease these deliveries to Wagner immediately. And we are going further by taking action against Wagner itself. Last month, the Department of Commerce designated Wagner as a military end user, which means we expanded the entity listing of Wagner to ensure that it cannot access equipment anywhere in the world based on U.S. technology or production equipment. Today, we are announcing additional actions that we are taking to help Ukraine defend itself against Russian and Wagner forces. First, the Department of Treasury will be designating Wagner as a significant transnational criminal organization under Executive Order 13581 as amended. In coordination with this designation, we will also impose additional sanctions next week against Wagner and its support network across multiple continents. These actions recognize the transcontinental threat that Wagner poses, including through its ongoing pattern of serious criminal activity. With these actions, and there will be more to come, our message to any company that is considering providing support to Wagner is simply this. Wagner is a criminal organization that is committing widespread atrocities and human rights abuses, and we will work relentlessly to identify, disrupt, expose, and target those who are assisting Wagner. Second, as we have stated previously, the arms transfers from the DPRK are in direct violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions. So today, we shared information on these violations with the Security Council's DPRK Sanctions Committee panel of experts. We will continue to raise these violations at the Security Council alongside our allies and partners. And third, of course, and I think you saw Secretary Austin and Chairman Milley and Ramstein today at the 8th iteration of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, we are continuing to provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment that it needs to defend itself. So, and you saw today the significant new package of security assistance, which included more than 500 armored vehicles, including Bradleys, Stryker combat vehicles, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, otherwise known as MRAPs, and of Humvees, all in addition to the armored vehicles that we have already announced. Now, this package also contains critical additional air defense capabilities, including both more air defense systems and more surface-to-air missiles, as well as more ammunition for the artillery systems and the HIMARS, the advanced rocket systems, that the U.S. has already previously provided to Ukraine. Look, we've been clear, and the President has been consistent. We're going to continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to defend itself, to defend its sovereignty, and to defend its territorial integrity. You saw those actions today, and everything we're doing as well with respect to North Korea and Wagner also reinforces those efforts. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a couple of questions. Thank you. Can you explain what the practical effect is of this designation of a transnational criminal organization?
It will open up additional avenues for us to continue to not only sanction Wagner and put more squeeze on their ability to do business around the world, but will assist others in doing the same. It will broaden the network of nations and institutions that will be able to stop doing business with Wagner.
And then can I just ask one other question on Ukraine? What is the level of frustration here at the White House over Germany's position on giving tanks to Ukraine, especially since Germany doesn't have to give their own tanks, they just have to allow another country to send tanks to Ukraine?
We're working not only in lockstep with the Ukrainians, but with allies and partners all over the world. And these are all decisions that each nation makes for itself, sovereign decisions. We aren't arm twisting, and nobody's arm twisting us. We are working inside what you could consider a coalition of the willing here to provide Ukraine with the defense and security assistance that it needs. Germany obviously a strong NATO ally, but they have stepped up. They have provided a lot of equipment, including some air defense and some armored vehicles of their own to Ukraine. And they have, as we have, evolved their support to Ukraine over time as the war has evolved and changed. And we are just in a different phase now in this war, and so we're all talking about what kinds of collective capabilities can be provided.
Way in the back.
Yes, John. Thanks, Terry. John, you've been asked this question many times. When you say you will continue to support Ukraine as long as they want, what do you mean by that? As long as they need, what do you mean by that? What winning looks like for you in Ukraine?
Well, as long as it takes means as long as it takes, and it means that I'm unable to give you a date certain on the calendar for when that support won't be necessary anymore. It's necessary now. It's going to be necessary in coming weeks and months for certain. And we want to make sure that we're meeting the need as best we can for Ukraine. And what does winning look like? President Zelensky gets to determine what victory looks like. We're not dictating that to him either. What we've said is we're going to continue to help them defend themselves, defend their sovereignty, win back their territory as they should, as they must, and to defend their citizens and their infrastructure.
What territory? Crimea do you want them to retake Crimea?
Crimea is Ukraine, and decisions about parts of Ukraine that Ukrainian armed forces are going to fight over or fight in or strike, that's up to President Zelensky and his military leaders.
Thank you very much, Karine and John. I have a question about Brazil. President Lula said he's coming to the White House February 10th. So my first question is, can you confirm the date?
I can confirm that we look forward to seeing President Lula early next month.
And this week, President Biden said that the institutional structures in Brazil are collapsing. Is the White House concerned that the risks remain high in Brazil and democracy?
You're just listening into the White House press briefing with National Security Council Advisor John Kirby there. We're going to continue to follow all of these headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. I want to take us right back out to Los Angeles, Torrance in particular, as this is a live look, as hopefully we'll hear an update from officials there in these two incidents that we've been following all morning long, as we were also looking into different things here on Live Now from Fox, as police were looking into multiple vans following a mass shooting that killed 10 people and injured 10 more in Monterey Park. This is some 30 miles away. They had a white van there, possible suspect in the white van. They did not confirm if that was the suspect from the Monterey Park shooting as of yet. That left those 10 people tragically dead. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick break and then hopefully hear from officials coming up in a short time.
very nimble, they're very fast, and they can deliver infantry troops on an open battlefield with much greater speed than if they didn't have those kinds of vehicles. And they are protected, they're armored. That's why we stress the armor capability here. Tanks also provide an ability to move efficiently around a battlefield, but of course they have much more firepower. And so it's perfectly understandable why President Zelensky, facing what he's facing in the Donbass and expecting to face those same threats going forward in coming weeks, would want some tanks, additional tanks. It's not like he doesn't have any, but additional tanks to support his offensive and defensive operations in that particular part of the country.
Given what you just said, because the talks failed in Germany, does that change the U.S.'s position on sending the M1 Abrams at all?
I don't know that I would describe talks as failing in Germany.
Not progressing to the sense of,
I mean, if you're talking about the Ramstein meeting, I mean, my goodness, there was an awful lot of contributions coming out of today's contact group, and a lot of it had to do with the kinds of capabilities, armored included, and artillery that the Ukrainians have been asking for the fight that they're in. Look, when it comes to the Abrams tank, we've said we're going to continue to talk to the Ukrainians about their needs, and we're going to continue to meet them as best we can, and we'll do that. I don't have any decisions with respect to additional capabilities or systems like the Abrams to talk to today, but we're in constant communication with the Ukrainians about that. The Abrams is a powerful system, there's no doubt about it. It's also very expensive to operate, very expensive to fuel, very expensive to maintain, and it requires a lot of training. So there's a lot that goes into that when we are talking about what we're going to do to support Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karine. John, I have two questions. First one on Wagner. What's your assessment on Wagner efficiency, success on the ground? Is Wagner better than the traditional Russian forces?
Well, Wagner would have you believe that. If you listen to Mr. Prigozhin and read his press releases, he would have you believe that he alone is achieving all the military victory in Ukraine. I will say this: they have been largely responsible for and in command of efforts in Bakhmut, in that town north of Bakhmut called Soledar, both mining towns. Go figure. And that has caused, again, consternation with the Russian Defense Ministry. I will also say, and I've said this before, they have made incremental progress in both those areas. Now, we hold today that both towns are still contested. The Ukrainians haven't given them up. But there's no doubt that the Russians have made some incremental progress there. But they have done it at an extraordinary cost. And I'm not talking about Russian soldiers. I'm talking about Wagner convicts. I mean, greater than 90% of the thousands of casualties that Wagner alone, forget the Russian army for a minute, have sustained, have been convicts, have been ex-prisoners that they've just plucked out of jails and put into the fight with little or no training and no organizational capability whatsoever. So it has come at a cost. The last thing I'll say on this is, and I don't want to predict where it's going to go, but even if they are successful in Bakhmut or Soledar, it's not going to strategically change the dynamics on the battlefield. It's not going to set the Ukrainians back to a degree where they're all of a sudden on their back foot and they're losing. Now, obviously, the Ukrainians don't want to give up either town, and who could blame them? They're Ukrainian towns. They should be fighting for them, and we're trying to help them do that. But I think we need to keep in perspective what significance there may be, or in this case may not be, to either town falling. They are both mining towns, gypsum in Bakhmut and salt up in Soledar, and we think that also has a role to play in why Mr. Prigozhin is so adamant on pouring, just literally throwing bodies into a meat grinder to get these two towns. It's very much in keeping with his modus operandi in places like Africa, where he's going after mining rights and mining capabilities.
Question on Haiti. Any progress on the internationally respected forces on the ground? Any discussion further with Canada after the?
We're still discussing with our certainly with our Canadian counterparts, and you saw the President and Prime Minister Trudeau talk about this in Mexico City. Those conversations are continuing, not just with Canada, but multilaterally with other allies and partners about the concern. Sorry.
Brazil too.
I don't have a list of all the countries we're talking to, but clearly we're talking to other allies and partners about the situation in Haiti. We're looking for additional ways to hold to account the criminal organizations, the thugs, the gangs that are that continue to propagate violence and instability there in Haiti. But I don't have anything specific with a multinational force to speak to today. Those conversations are ongoing.
We have to wrap it up. Go ahead, James, in the back of the room.
Karine, thank you. Admiral, thank you. I have 2 questions about the Middle East. The first is focused on U.S.-Saudi relations. The decision on production levels by OPEC Plus that so incensed the administration was announced on October 5. That prompted the administration to vow that there would be a recalibration of the U.S.-Saudi relationship, and as a feature of that, that some kind of adverse consequences would be imposed on the Saudis. We are now closing in on February. It seems to me that whatever consultations the administration would have wanted to pursue internally and with members of Congress on the Hill have had ample time to unfold at this point, and no such consequences have been announced. Do you want the Saudis to understand that there will be no consequences?
I beg to differ, James. I mean, you saw shortly after that decision that Congress even put more restrictions on arms sales to Saudi Arabia. So there's already been, just in terms of arms sales, an effect on Saudi Arabia. And the discussions continue. We didn't say we were going to do some sort of homework assignment and get back to you in 2 weeks. We said we were going to continue to look at this relationship to make sure that it's best serving the American people and our national security interests, and the president's going to keep doing that. That said, and I've said this many times before, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner. It's an important relationship for both our countries, and so we have to be mindful of the shared interest and common security challenges that we both face.
On Iran, can you attest that since President Biden took office, Iran has not diminished its breakout time?
I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters that I am not allowed to talk about here at the podium with respect to specific breakout time for the Iranians. What I can tell you, James, is that we continue to believe that their breakout time is shortening because there's no deal in place. And the president's been clear that we are not going to allow Iran to achieve a nuclear weapons capability. He's serious about that.
So you're telling us that absent a renewed JCPOA, you have no options for keeping their breakout time where it was?
That is not what I'm saying at all. I said the president said we're going to make sure that Iran cannot achieve a nuclear weapons capability. We're not focused on the Iran deal right now. Iran decided that they weren't going to take the negotiations seriously and instead decided to brutalize their own people and to support Russia's war in Ukraine. And so that's where our focus is. But we also have to make sure that we have all the capabilities and resources available to us in the region and beyond to defend our national security interests. That's what the president said. That's what we're focused on.
Thank you. There has been said that he's an American citizen that they say was suspected of gathering biological intelligence. It's been a day now. Has the administration been able to make contact, been in touch? Anything you can say about that?
I don't have an update for you on that. Let me take the question and see if we can get you something. I don't have an update for you.
Can I ask you one more Russia-related question? The Coast Guard yesterday off Hawaii said that they were keeping track of a Russian sort of spy ship, intelligence gathering ship. At what point does that concern you? At what point is that so unusual that we need to figure out exactly what they're doing?
It's not unusual. I mean, obviously, we're mindful of it, and we're going to continue to monitor. I think you saw our commanders out in the Pacific talk about that. We'll obviously monitor that, but it is not completely atypical behavior for the Russians. And, you know, the fact that we see it, we talked about it, we know they're there, I think tells you that we take it seriously.
Seriously, but not concerned.
I didn't say that at all. I mean, of course we take it seriously. I mean, we understand that the Russians are going to try to collect intelligence through a variety of different means. That's not new. What I'm saying is it's not a completely new phenomenon. It's not something we haven't seen before, and we know how to treat it. We know how to deal with it.
Jeff, last question.
Thanks very much. 2 questions, John. First, on the North Korea aspect, how do you judge where they're getting money to help Russia if it's a country that reports show is having trouble feeding its own citizens?
Yeah, not every country that should observes the sanctions regime. So they are still able to trade with countries like Russia and with China. Obviously that's a whole different set of problems, but they are able to skirt sanctions to continue to funnel money into their economy. But let's keep it in perspective. This is not a burgeoning economy. This is not a country that...
You're just listening to this White House press briefing from earlier with National Security Council there, John Kirby. We're also watching this here on Live Now from Fox, a live look at a potential press conference coming up out of Torrance, California. Don't know a ton of details on what's going on, but this is a live look, potentially a suspect from the Monterey Park shooting. Not 100% sure what's going on, but they potentially have a mic stand set up, so hopefully we'll hear more from them in the coming moments here on Live Now from Fox about all that happened. And of course, we're expecting another press conference within the next few minutes or so. So hopefully we'll hear from the Sheriff, Robert Luna. We've already heard from him a couple times today, earlier this morning, but also in the afternoon. Hopefully they step up to the podium here shortly, and we'll get an update on what's going on as they get a mic check. You can see people getting a mic check and different reporters milling around, different live shots getting set up as they were looking into a potential white van, a van that they thought might have some connection to the Monterey Park shooting that left 10 individuals dead there as they were celebrating the Lunar New Year, and a very important time in the Chinese New Year as we're following this very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break and then get out to these events coming up next.
after the briefing. Really quickly, I have one thing that I want to share with all of you, which is the week ahead. It is Friday. Today, the President will be traveling to Rehoboth, Delaware. He will return to Washington, D.C. on Monday. On Tuesday, the President will host Democratic congressional leaders at the White House. In the evening, the President will also host a White House reception for new members of Congress. On Thursday, the President will deliver remarks on our economic progress since taking office. That evening, the White House will host a Lunar New Year reception in the East Room. And of course, per usual, we will have more to share as the days go by. Okay, Darlene, welcome. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time.
That's true.
Okay, good. I always say that to Josh, and he's like, no, that's not true.
I have a question about the chart, but it disappeared.
Okay, maybe it'll magically appear.
Until it reappears, can you talk a little bit about what message the White House is trying to send on Sunday by having the Vice President deliver a speech on abortion rights in the state of Florida, and specifically in the state capital of Tallahassee?
So as you know, Florida is an important state as we're talking about fighting for women's health care for a few reasons, and let me just run through them. Florida has an abortion ban, which is on the books, so that's number one. It is the third largest state in the country, as you all know, and is surrounded by several states around its border with even more restrictive abortion laws, and those bans which are in place as well. And because Florida's ban is less stringent than in the neighboring states, the state has increasingly become a place where women can go to access care there. Yet right now the state is considering an even more extreme ban on the books, which would be devastating not just for Florida women, but if you think about, again, the southern region, if you think about the states that Florida borders. And so it is important in this moment that we are currently in. And also, it was the first state that the Vice President visited after the devastating situation that we received just a couple months ago. And so again, this is something that after the Dobbs decision, so she felt it would be a good state for the 50th anniversary, which would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade.
And on the chart, there are two headings there that say record health care enrollment. One says 11 million, nearly 11 million. The other says nearly 15.9. What's the difference?
That's a good question. I would have to ask our team. I'm going to be very, very honest with you on that. Let me get back to the team, and then we'll be able to decipher the difference.
Really quick question. The President going to his home in Rehoboth Beach today, does that have anything to do with classified documents being found at Wilmington and none being found at Rehoboth?
So as it relates to classified documents, information, which the President takes very, very seriously, and you heard him speak to it when he was asked by your colleagues yesterday when he was traveling in California, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office for any statement coming from here or anything new developments coming from here, but as it relates specifically to the investigation, I would refer you to the Department of Justice. So I'm not going to comment on that piece at all from here. I'm just going to continue to be prudent and consistent and respect the Department of Justice process. As it relates to his travel, as you know, he often travels to Delaware on the weekends. I just don't have anything else to share. But anything related to the legal process, I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office. I'm going to try and go around here. Joey, I haven't gone.
Yeah, thank you. What was the White House's reaction to Governor Ron DeSantis' Education Department blocking the teaching of AP African American Studies, saying it violates Florida's new state law and, quote, significantly lacks educational value? Does the White House have concerns about this action by the DeSantis administration?
So first, I want to be very clear. The administration does not dictate any curriculum for local schools. That is not something that we do here. But there is something that we do want to comment. It is incomprehensible that to see that this is what this ban or this block, to be more specific, that DeSantis has put forward. If you think about the study of Black Americans, that is what he wants to block. And again, these types of actions aren't new. They are not new from what we're seeing, especially from Florida. Sadly, Florida currently bans teachers from talking about who they are and who they love, as we've talked about many times here in this briefing room. They have banned more books in schools and libraries than almost every other state in the country. And let's not forget, they didn't block, be more clear, I want to make sure I'm using the right word here, they didn't block AP European history, they didn't block our music history, they didn't block our art history, but the state chooses to block a course that is meant for high-achieving high school students to learn about their history of arts and culture. And it is, it is incomprehensible again. And I will just leave it there. Leave it there to make your own determination of why this occurred and why this happened. Again, it is not our place to direct or to be involved in any local school curriculum, but this is concerning.
Thanks, Corinne. You mentioned lawmakers will be back in town next week. There's a new-ish Speaker of the House. Does the President have any desire to have him to the White House to meet face-to-face?
So I know there's been reporting on this. I don't have a date to confirm from here about a potential meeting with Speaker, the newly minted, as you just trying to say, Speaker McCarthy. The President has, as I just mentioned at the top, as you just said, Phil, a series of meeting with, is going to have a series of meeting with leadership in Congress to talk about a range of issues that matter to the American people. Again, don't have anything to confirm here. And one of the things that the President is looking forward to do is talking about issues that matter to the American people, as I just stated, but also to continue to develop and grow their relationship, their working relationship together. I don't have, again, I don't have a specific date to announce from here.
And we're just hearing a White House press briefing, Karine Jean-Pierre. Let's get over to this breaking news event and a live press conference from Torrance, California.
Good evening. I am Sergeant Ron Sallery at Torrance Police Department, the Public Information Officer. I'm here to let you know, at the request of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, that there's going to be a third press briefing. It's going to occur at 4:30 at Monterey Park City Hall. It's 320 West Newmark. They have requested that at this press briefing they will debrief the incident that occurred at Monterey Park and its relationship here at the city of Torrance. At this time, I'd like to introduce Janice Hahn, who had some words that she'd like to say.
Thank you. As he said, the press conference is at 4:30. It's going to be in Monterey Park. That's going to actually talk about the particulars of the case. But as the county supervisor that represents Torrance, my message today is just a huge thank you to the Torrance Police Department and the incredible cooperation between our Sheriff's Department and all law enforcement agencies in LA County. So the sharing of information is what led Torrance Police Department to be able to do just good police work by actually spotting this van on their streets. So my message today is that it's so important going forward that everyone talk to each other and share information, and this is how I believe this incident came to an ending here in Torrance. I don't think anybody that woke up today, myself included, thought it would end up here in Torrance, right across the street from a very familiar shopping center. But I, again, can't thank enough Chief of Torrance Police Department, Chief Hart, and all the officers on patrol who do their job every day, but because of the information they got from the LA County Sheriff, they were able to be on alert and were able to spot this van and bring this to an ending. Thank you.
Supervisor Hunt, did they talk to the guy? Did they talk to
So that's the part of this that we're not going to talk about. Let me bring up the Mayor of Torrance, George Chen, who also wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. As we celebrate the Lunar New Year today, it's intended to be a joyous occasion. So I want to first of all give my condolences to the family who lost loved ones today, last night at Monterey Park, and the victims in Alhambra. words cannot say how much we are grieving with the family members and that suffer through this tragic events. Now, moving on to the city of Torrance, you know, the response by the integrated law enforcement community is an example of what happened today. From Monterey Park to Alhambra and ending up in Torrance, it speaks of the technology we have with surveillance, with cameras, with radios, with training to have the instinct to know that there's something that is not right with a particular white van, something not right with license plates. And this shows the training that we need, and we need to continue to provide that type of support to our integrated law enforcement community so that we can prevent further damage and incidences like this. So at this point, I just want to send it back to the Torrance PD. I want to give a shout out to the entire police department, fire department. They're all here. This is a teamwork and an example of what we need continuously. We need to remain vigilant. We are asking all our community that, you know, if you see something that doesn't look right, please help us so that and inform our law enforcement that something doesn't look right. Please come and take a look. And this is the result of what happened today. It was a very quick reaction, and I'm very appreciative to our police department. Sergeant Ron Salary.
Was there a traffic stop first? Was there a traffic stop first?
Yes, I just want to restate again that at the request of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and their ongoing investigation, they've requested a third press briefing. It's going to be at the Monterey Park City Hall, where they will discuss the incident that happened today earlier in Monterey Park and its relationship to the incident that happened right here in the city of Torrance. And that will be at 4:30. And you're requested to be at that briefing. We have nothing further at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You were just listening to a quick update there in Torrance, California, where hopefully we were hoping to hear some new information, but it doesn't look like we'll get anything until about 5:30 Pacific time as they will provide an update on what is going on here. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
behalf of the department, would just like to echo the Secretary's sorrow and offer our deepest condolences over the helicopter crash near Kyiv that took the lives of more than a dozen people, including Ukraine's Interior Minister Denis Monastersky. And with that, I will take your questions. I'll turn over to Tara Capt.
Okay, two. First, yesterday the Coast Guard put out a tweet on a Russian intelligence ship operating off the coast of Hawaii. Is the department concerned about this? Has there been any sort of communication with the ship? And, this is a fairly routine. There are Russian spy ships that end up on the U.S. coastline frequently, but is there a bigger concern now because of the Ukraine war?
Well, I can't say, I can't speak to why the Russians are sailing this ship right now. It's kind of precarious timing, but I would say that the Coast Guard is monitoring this Russian vessel that's we believe is an intelligence gathering vessel, but is operating in international and open waters. We haven't seen any unsafe or unprofessional behavior, and we expect that the Russians will operate within the region in accordance with international law. But for any, in terms of interaction with the vessel itself, I would direct you to the Coast Guard.
Okay, and second, a different topic. The Germans have indicated they're hesitant to provide tanks to Ukraine unless the U.S. also provides Abrams. Where are we on those discussions, and what is the likelihood that Abrams would be sent in order to, I guess, work alongside the Germans on this?
Well, we're going to have a readout from the Secretary's meeting with his counterpart, Minister of Defense Pistorius, later today. But in terms of the conversations, I think you saw Dr. Call really speak to this yesterday. The Abrams are it's more of a sustainment issue. I mean, this is a tank that is requires jet fuel, whereas the Leopard and the Challenger, it's a different engine. They require diesel. It's a little bit easier to maintain. They can maneuver across large portions of territory before they need to refuel. The maintenance and the high cost that it would take to maintain an Abrams is it just doesn't make sense to provide that to the Ukrainians at this moment. As you know, we've provided the Bradleys. We're seeing other nations step up and continue to provide equipment and material to Ukraine that they can. Ultimately, this is Germany's decision. It's their sovereign decision on what security assistance they will provide. So we won't be able to speak to them, but I think that we are certainly doing what we can to support Ukraine in what they need. Yeah, Oren.
On the same topic, a senior defense official said yesterday, traveling with the Secretary, that they're optimistic that they will make progress on Germany with tanks by the end of the week, and yet a senior administration official here tells us Germany's not budging and demands tank for tanks. Are you optimistic that you will see progress by the end of the week with Germany? Do you believe that's going to happen, or is it less optimistic at this point?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball here to say what will or won't happen by the end of the week. The Secretary had a productive conversation with his counterpart. The contact group is meeting tomorrow, so I'll leave any further announcements from other countries and other nations and partners and allies to them. But again, we are thankful for what Germany has been able to contribute already. They sent infantry fighting vehicles and a Patriot missile battery system to Ukraine. And we're continuing to work with other partners and allies around the world to see what else can be provided to Ukraine. And that's the whole point of tomorrow's meeting. Yeah. And then, sorry, I'll come to this one.
Thanks. I have two questions. The first one, so Ukraine's Defense Minister Reznikov said that Ukraine could use U.S. weapons to attack Russia's occupied Crimea. Is that concerning to the U.S.?
I mean, Crimea is part of Ukraine. We've long held that position. We've said that is, we certainly support the Ukrainians taking back their territory by any means that they can, and whatever weapons they are using. So, again, we have not shied away from stating that fact from the very beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, did you want to?
Yes, secondly, so the U.S. has requested to send munitions from its stockpiles in both Israel and South Korea. Why?
Well, again, I mean, we are supplying Ukraine pretty regularly with different ammunitions, materials, capabilities, and equipment. And part of that is making sure that we can do so quickly. And we have been working with ROC and Israel when it comes to withdrawing from our stocks and communicating that with them. But that doesn't mean it impacts our readiness. That doesn't impact our capabilities to protect Americans here at home or abroad. And so we feel confident on what we have been able to withdraw and what we have been able to get to the Ukrainians.
So is the U.S. looking to send those munitions from its stockpiles in other countries because there's a lack of stockpile here in the U.S.?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Secretary has always said we're not going to drop below our readiness levels, but we also have to pull from different stockpiles from all around the world. That doesn't mean that, everything is here in the United States or everything is in the EUCOM AOR. We have to go to other sources, other places, to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs and to also be able to backfill our own stocks and work on backfilling partners and allies. I'm going to go to the phones and then I'll come over here. Joe Gould, Defense News.
Thanks, Sabrina. With the Secretary pressing to have transfers of Leopard 2s to Ukraine, obviously countries are going to have to decide for themselves and make their own announcements. But is it the Secretary's objective to have a pool of countries that currently operate the Leo donating that tank and parts and related training?
Well, there are dozens of countries that have the Leopard tanks. I think that the Secretary's objective here is to secure and work with our partners and allies to get Ukraine the capabilities and the requests that it has for what it needs on the battlefield. That's why the contact group is so important. Again, tomorrow it's meeting for the 8th time, and what you see when the contact groups wrap up is usually some announcements from other nations, including the United States, on other capabilities and commitments to Ukraine. But again, Germany is just one of many countries that has the capability to provide the Leopard tanks. There are other nations out there that have also been discussed providing other tanks, and so I'll leave it to them to speak to at the contact group tomorrow. I'm going to take one more from the phone, and then I'll come back in the room. Alex Horton, Washington Post. Alex, are you there?
Thanks.
We can hear you.
Hey, it's asked and answered, so thanks.
Great. Oh, sorry. Great. Thanks. Okay. I'll come in the room. Yes, Jenny.
Thank you. I have a question on the redeployment of tactical nuclear weapons into South Korea. Yesterday, the U.S. Center for Strategic Studies pointed out that South Korea's anxiety over extended deterrence is growing, arguing that the two countries, U.S. and South Korea, needed to review mock exercise in preparations for the possibility of redeploying low-level nuclear weapons to South Korea at some point in the future. How does the Pentagon view the possibility of deploying tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea?
Well, we've been committed and said this for a while that we support the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We've seen North Korea continue to engage in destabilizing tests in the last few months, but our commitment to ROC remains ironclad. We are going to continue to conduct exercises with them as we do on routine, and not just with ROC, but we've done trilateral exercises before. But our commitment, our hope is that there is a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Recently, North Korea declared itself a nuclear power state, and China failed to stop North Korea's nuclear development. Secretary Austin visits South Korea next week. Will he discuss these nuclear issues during his visit in Seoul?
So, yes, as you mentioned, he is traveling next week, or I'm sorry, not next week, the following week. I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary and what he plans to say on that trip. It's certainly an opportunity to deepen ties within the region. But as we get closer to that trip, I'll have more to read out then. But I think what you will hear from the Secretary, that should be of no surprise, is just our deep commitment to South Korea and our commitment to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and our commitment to, continuing to have our forces in that AOR. But nothing for you today to preview on that trip.
Thank you.
Great. Yes.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Does the U.S. intend to make its own announcement about a new aid package as part of the contact group meeting this week? And if so, should we suppose that it's going to track with earlier aid packages and have, armored vehicles or equipment that allow the Ukrainians to shoot and move on the battlefield, similar to what Dr. Call described yesterday?
I feel like you've seen some of the reporting that I've seen out there. I'll be completely frank with you. I have nothing to announce here today. We should expect another security package coming soon, but still nothing to announce from this podium at this moment. Not going to get ahead of also what's in that package, but we know that the Ukrainians have continued to ask for, one of their main priorities is more armored vehicles, air defense systems, and so each package, as you've seen, sort of matches some of their biggest needs and requests, and so I'd expect with the next package you'd see something like that. Yeah, great. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't think we've met before.
No, Laura Haim from French TV.
Hi,
I'm
nice to
following
meet you.
what's happening in Ukraine. Thank you so much to take my question.
Sure.
What is your answer to President Zelensky and the Ukrainians who are asking repeatedly for F-16?
So Ukrainians have asked for many, many things. With every aid package that we assemble and put together, we are in close contact with our Ukrainian counterparts. Again, we are providing them what we think they are capable of operating, maintaining, and sustaining. The F-16s is a very complicated system, so we have been, very careful and assessing what they need on the battlefield right now, and I think you'll see that in the next package that's coming soon. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up on North Korea.
Of course.
Does the Pentagon still assess North Korea is ready to conduct a nuclear test at any moment?
Our assessment hasn't changed since last summer. We've been we continue to monitor what is happening over there in North Korea, and standing by if there should be such a test. I think they have shown that they are willing to do a test at any time, and we will be ready to, of course, work with our partners and allies in the region in any response.
Do you see any particular reason why North Korea has not done a nuclear test, despite the fact that the preparations seems to be completed more than a half year ago?
I don't know that I can get in the head of North Korean leaders there. You'd have to ask them why they have not done the test. I have no reason to indicate either way of a reason. Great, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So the Turkish foreign minister was in Washington, D.C. yesterday, and he said that the Greek government is militarizing islands in the Aegean Sea with the help of the United States and deploying U.S. armored vehicles on some of these islands. First of all, can the Department of Defense either confirm or deny this?
I would have to look into that. I'm not comes to training Ukrainian troops. So our combined arms training is right now just focused on the Bradleys. I don't anticipate that it would incorporate other tanks or other equipment at this time. But if that changes, I'd be happy to follow up with you. And then in terms of long-range capabilities, I mean, we've provided the Patriot, as you've seen. We've provided Ukrainians with a layered defense of air capabilities from short to long range. And the Ukrainians are using those well. They're using them effectively, and especially when the Patriot is in country, they'll be able to knit those together to create a very highly defensible air that I think they're doing so effectively as they are right now. But with the Patriot, there will be an added capability that can help protect major cities and innocent civilians in this war. I'm going to take one more question from the phone. Howard Altman.
Yes, thanks. I have a question and I have a request. The question is, the Wagner Group claims that it has captured the town of Klishchivka, which is about 5 miles south of Bakhmut. Can you confirm that and tell me how that might affect the defense of Bakhmut and Soledar? And then I have a request.
I'm sorry, Howard, you sort of, or for me at least, cut out on what city or town did you mention that was specifically captured?
It's Klishchivka. It's a small town about 5 miles south of Bakhmut.
I see. Okay. I don't have an update on specifically on that town, but what I can say is that we're still continuing to see intense fighting on both sides from the Ukrainians and Russians in and around Bakhmut and Soledar. It is blocks to kilometers every day that continue to change hands. But the Ukrainians are not giving up their fight, and neither are the Russians. They're really dug into the ground right now, to the battlefield. And right now, we know that the weather in Ukraine, it is icy, it is wintry, so the roads or the ground is a bit more frozen over, which allows for vehicles to move around a bit more with more maneuverability. But again, this is a grinding fight that we're seeing in the east, and I don't have really more to update you on that. It just continues to be a grinding fight. I'll take one more from the phone here. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Can the Pentagon do something about providing communications for those of us who are not in the building during the time that the PBR is closed? I mean, you got a budget of $800 billion. Is there any way to find some money under a couch or something to provide, secure communications so that we can participate in briefings going forward?
Jeff, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I know that we are doing some updates to this lovely Pentagon briefing room, and we'll follow up with you offline on that. I'll come back into the room. Yeah, Brandy.
Thanks, Sabrina. I have a follow-up on Ukraine and then a question on a new topic.
Okay.
On Ukraine, did Dr. Call meet with, or was Secretary Austin supposed to meet with any of the Ukrainian officials, the internal ministers who perished in the helicopter crash? And did that affect the contact group meeting in any way?
I'm not aware that it affected the contact group. I mean, the contact group was going forward, but of course we offer our deepest condolences. As we've seen the reports that more than a dozen people were killed and many more injured, so I wouldn't be able to say anything more than that.
Thank you. And then this is sort of a two-in-one. Politico reported that Pentagon officials and officials from other agencies are attending an event hosted by NASA right now, I think this week, on their ongoing UAP investigations. And they reported that DoD's Aero office has partnered with Enigma Labs, a startup that uses machine learning to make sense of UFO data. And so can you tell us who from the Pentagon is attending that NASA event, and what does DoD aim to get out of this new partnership with Enigma Labs?
I would have to take that question. I'm sorry, I don't have the answers for you on that one, so I'll take that and get back to you. Yeah, over here.
Hi. I have a question on Ukraine and then a Japan question.
Okay.
Earlier this week, the Netherlands announced that they're also sending a Patriot battery. So that makes 3. Is going to the contact group meeting tomorrow, is the U.S. going to be scouring, trying to get other operators to donate more batteries? And how is that discussion focusing on training, as the U.S. worked out with the Netherlands to provide more training inside the U.S.?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the discussions. They're happening tomorrow, as you just mentioned. I think we welcome any additional commitment when it comes to giving Ukraine more air defense capability from any country or any partner. And so in terms of the training and whether our teams would train on a Patriot battery provided by the Netherlands, I just don't have an answer for you on that. Many countries do conduct their own training, as we've seen from the beginning of this war. So I think what the Secretary is looking for tomorrow is further commitments from other partners and allies to help Ukraine, and that is up to those sovereign states to decide what commitments they can give. But of course, we know that air capability is one of them, or air defense is one of them.
Do you know if the 3 committed ones are all the same variant?
I don't know.
Okay. And on Japan, in the meetings last week, we had heard about the new Marine regiment in Okinawa.
Yep.
At the same time, the Air Force has pulled out its F-15 unit in Kadena. Do you know if that came up in the discussions, the future of the U.S. air presence in Okinawa?
I don't know that came up, but I think that you saw last week the deep commitment that we have to the region, and part of that was discussed in the Secretary's meeting and the Secretary of State's meeting at the Department of State. So that does not impact the relationship or the readiness or the threat in that region. Yeah.
Thanks. I just had a quick follow-up on an earlier question about the combined arms training with Ukrainians in Europe. I'm not sure anybody from the podium has confirmed whether that's begun or not.
It has begun.
It has begun.
Yeah.
You can confirm that?
Yep, it has begun. It's about 500 to 600 Ukrainians that are being trained in Grafenwehr, and that I believe started this weekend, just this past weekend. Yes.
Yeah. So on long-range munitions, you mentioned Patriots in your answer. So Patriots are surface-to-air defensive missiles. But can you confirm that longer-range surface-to-surface missiles with more offensive capabilities are on the table or off the table?
Well, I'm not going to confirm anything. We haven't taken, as these contact groups and as these presidential drawdown authorities packages come together, nothing is on or off the table. It's a discussion that we have here at the department and across the interagency to determine what the Ukrainians need and to also maintain our own readiness. So I just don't have anything further to add at that point.
And also on Crimea, you say you didn't specifically mention that United States, because the story is coming out that United States and Ukraine are discussing a potential Ukrainian plan for taking on Crimea. But you said, okay, Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and generically, United States supports Ukraine taking back its territory. Specifically, is there any kind of U.S. advice with respect to launching an offensive on Crimea to take back the territory from Russians?
Are you asking if the Ukrainians are consulting with us?
If you give your advice, endorse such an operation on Crimea?
Well, we don't dictate to the Ukrainians how to run their operations. That has been said by multiple people here at this department. The Ukrainians make the decisions about their operations and when they conduct them. Crimea is part of Ukraine. We've made that very clear from the beginning. If they decide to conduct an operation within Crimea, they're well in their bounds. That is a sovereign part of their country that was illegally invaded by Russia in 2014. They have every right to take that back.
And the United States is also ready to support that operation on that specific chunk of land.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by support their operation? We're not on the ground. There are no boots on the ground there. So what do you mean?
Militarily, whatever capability needed to take that chunk of peninsula back from Russians, the United States is going to be there. Is that?
You've seen the United States be there for Ukraine, and this department has said that we will be with Ukraine for as long as it takes. If that includes an operation in Crimea, that is a sovereign part of their country, and they have every right to take that back. I'll take one more, and then. we'll wrap up.
Jared Zuma with Monitor. I just wanted to ask real quick on the subject of air defense batteries for Ukraine. It was reported last month that the U.S. would seek to source NASAMS from the Middle East. I'm just wondering if there's any deliberation in the department or any effort underway to source additional air defense assets from that region.
I wouldn't comment on where we're sourcing some of this. I mean, the NASAMS were part of our USAI package, so those go under a contract and then get delivered into Ukraine. There are already 2 operating right now in Ukraine. I believe our commitment has been a total of 8. So I just wouldn't be able to comment any further on that.
And if I could just ask, the National Security Advisor was in Israel, I think probably still is at the moment, to discuss topping the agenda, the threats by Iran. Just wondering, it was mentioned previously that one of the issues that were going to be discussed was tactical differences with the Israelis on how to deal with the same strategic threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon. I'm wondering if you could tell us anything about those tactical differences and whether the department has been informed if there's been any progress from those discussions.
I would direct you to the White House, as you just mentioned. Mr. Sullivan is there now. I would direct you to the White House for further comment. Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Louis. Yeah, I'll take one more. Fine.
So at the previous briefing, General Ryder took a lot of questions about the back pay issue with COVID. Has there been any progress on that? And also, one question I think is, did the Secretary ever consider whether to enable back pay for service members who refuse to take the vaccine?
I mean, as a matter of policy, DoD is not reviewing or is not going to implement a policy of providing back pay to service members who are separated for refusing the vaccine. So nothing has changed since what General Ryder said on Tuesday.
But, there was quite a long period of time between the signing of the legislation and when the guidance eventually came out. So did the Secretary ever consider during that time whether to facilitate, as part of the review process, whether to enable back pay for service members?
Again, providing back pay for service members that were separated from the department for refusing to take the vaccine was not something that was under consideration, and that's not something that is our current policy. Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, do we have? Okay.
Just one last question on Crimea. What is the strategic significance of recapturing that for Ukraine?
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to ask the Ukrainians that. I mean, that's part of their country. It's a part of their country that was taken by Russia. So in terms of the significance that they see, I would direct you to them. But from an objective standpoint, I think it's pretty clear that recapturing part of their sovereign state is something that would send a huge message to Russia. Okay, great. Thank you all.
stories about how they were welcomed to this country. So I see this as an offshoot of the historic traditions in our countries of welcoming newcomers. Anyway, for more information on the Welcome Corps, I invite Americans who wish to be involved in this fulfilling effort to visit our new website, welcomecorps.org, to learn more about how to join this program. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Matt, you want to kick us off?
Great, thanks. Thank you, Assistant Secretary. I have two. One extremely brief. Well, why is it groups of 5 or more? I mean, why can't an individual, and I can think of several off the top of my head who are fabulously wealthy, who might be able to do this just on their own. So why is it limited to groups of 5 or more? And then secondly, much more broadly, this administration has tried to make up for the reduction in admissions from the previous administration, but it has not yet come even close. And for the first quarter of this fiscal year, the numbers are quite low. Well, why is that?
Okay, so to go to your first question, why 5 or more? And you mentioned that wealthy people could do it.
Even moderately wealthy people.
Because it's not about money, Matt. It's about commitment. It's about the community. It's about bringing people together and forming a group so that the refugees have more than one person that they can refer to and can work with. And it's our view, it's a lot of work involved in sponsoring a refugee, finding schools, helping them find affordable housing, getting their kids signed up for school, helping them find jobs, showing them where the pharmacy is, what bus to take. It's a lot more than what the average American can do, and so we think that providing a group of 5 or more Americans is more likely to be successful, and it gives more resources to the incoming refugees, and it creates greater connections with the community. In terms of the numbers, you're right, we are still working to build the numbers up in order to get to the President's ambitious targets of 125,000 refugees admitted per year. We are doing that in a variety of ways. The launch of the Welcome Corps is one initiative, but we're doing a lot of work with our traditional resettlement agency partners to try and speed up processing while maintaining the integrity and the security of the program and not in any way changing the requirements. Refugees are the most vetted individuals to enter this country. So we're speeding up the processing. We are amplifying, expanding the ways that people can be referred for refugee resettlement in the United States. The Welcome Corps and maybe the private individuals nominating refugees to come in this way, but we're also expanding NGO referrals. We are asking our partners at the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to expand the number of referrals they send us. We're also looking to clear out our backlog of cases. We are doing hiring. Our resettlement agency partners are doing hiring. So there's a lot of work going on. While the numbers of people admitted, of refugees admitted in the first quarter were not where we would like them to be, admissions of refugees is actually a lagging indicator. In the first quarter of this fiscal year, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service conducted over 20,000 interviews of refugees overseas. We expect that those people should be hitting our country within the next few months, and we expect, and I am confident, that you will see an increase in the number of refugees arriving in the months ahead.
Saeed, you had your hand up.
Thank you for doing this. Along the same lines, but particular to Syrian refugees. Can you give us the status of Syrian refugees, figures and numbers? You know, it went from a high of 16,000 in 2016 to as low as 4,000 during the past administration. In 2020, I think the last year was maybe 4,000 refugees. How are they admitted? Do they have to go to a third country? Can they leave directly from Syria, from embattled areas in Syria and so on? And related to it, you oppose the re-allowing of Syrian refugees now back into Syria, or the United States
does
not agree to it because they say conditions are not right for them to return. So give us your take on that.
So it's a great question, and it's one that's close to my heart. In November, I visited Zaatari refugee camp in Jordan that hosts, tens of thousands of Syrians. Look, the situation in Syria is terrible. And we don't believe that conditions are right in Syria for people to be able to return safely, voluntarily, with dignity and sustainably. It's just not safe for people to return, and Syrians who have left the country don't want to return voluntarily to Syria. So we're looking for new solutions for them and working with our partners around the world, because this isn't an effort that just the United States is undertaking. Other countries also are resettling refugees. So we are looking for avenues to find more durable solutions for these refugees, whether it is helping them to integrate in the countries where they have fled in search of safety, providing programs and assistance to them where they currently are. But then for those people who are the most vulnerable and face the greatest danger if they were to return to their own country, we're looking for solutions like resettlement. And we are confident that with all of the changes and all of the growth that we're making to the refugee admissions program, whether it's the Welcome Corps or the other initiatives that I talked about, we will be creating the conditions to bring refugees from vulnerable situations all over the world, whether it's Syrians or Rohingya who are currently in Bangladesh, or other people who need to flee to safety, and to find solutions for them. Again, working with our partners around the world, because this isn't a burden or a responsibility that the United States is taking on alone. But thanks for that question.
Camilla, go ahead.
Thank you. You probably saw that the rates of irregular border crossing in Europe reached an all-time high since 2016 last year. Is there other programs, or is there coordination with the EU for any refugees who would want, who come to a European country, but who could come to America instead, particularly in countries in Europe that are inundated with refugees? Is there more coordination to get more of them to come to the States through this particular program? And I'm sure that you could talk about the other programs as well, but more specifically this one.
We talk regularly with our partners in Europe and around the world, with like-minded countries around the world, to try and coordinate, to find solutions, to work together. It's our view and the view of our partners, and I do talk regularly with the EU and with partners over there. It's our view that this is a responsibility that democracies and that countries that love freedom and uphold human rights need to all work together. I mean, we faced a terrible milestone this past year when the UN High Commissioner for Refugees announced that more than 100 million people are now forcibly displaced around the world. That's over 1% of the world's population. There has never been a higher number of forcibly displaced people. So we need to pursue all kinds of durable solutions, whether it is creating the conditions so that people can return to their home countries safely, voluntarily, with dignity, and that's always the preferred solution, for people to be able to go home, but only when it's safe. But also looking for initiatives and providing support and assistance to help people integrate where they happen to be. The resettlement solution is the most dramatic. It is also by far the smallest. Less than 1% of refugees around the world ultimately are resettled to third countries, and that we really only use that solution for the most vulnerable, people who are fleeing religious persecution or human trafficking, or who have been victims of torture. So it really is kind of the in extremis solution, but it is one that we take happily and voluntarily in the United States, and that many of our partners do as well. So we're working on all of those solutions at the same time, but I'm really happy that today we're announcing the Welcome Corps as part of our solution and part of our means of bringing about resettlement here in the United States, and tapping into Americans who have such a long history as a nation of immigrants of welcoming newcomers and making things better. And again, my own family history is proof of that.
Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vidal. Thank you so much.
I'll get to you when we work the room.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
protections for Americans when you're selling access to the United States?
We're not selling
Yes,
access.
you are. In the second aspect, you say private families.
I will call on you when we work
No,
the
it
room
won't
and
matter.
work through the briefing.
You're not going to have the answer, but I have what I need. Thank
you. If you want to kick us off, you're welcome anytime.
Do you I'm wondering if you've managed to find anything out about this report or this FSB claim that they've arrested an American citizen in Russia for espionage?
So a couple of things, Matt. We have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. We are aware of these unconfirmed reports of an investigation regarding a U.S. citizen. Unconfirmed reports of an investigation regarding a U.S. citizen in Russia. Generally, the Russian Federation does not abide by its obligations to provide timely notification of the detention of U.S. citizens in Russia. Russian authorities also don't regularly inform the embassy of the trials, sentencing, or movement of U.S. citizens. We're looking into this matter and will continue to monitor. The embassy in Moscow continues to engage with Russian authorities to ensure timely consular notifications and access to all U.S. citizens.
Okay, well, apart from whether or not there's been an espionage investigation, are you aware of any additional Americans having been detained for any reason in Russia by the Russians?
I'm not.
Apart from this.
I am not, but as you know, this is a number that fluctuates, and I will see if we have a more specific update for you, but I'm not aware.
Can we stay on the subject?
Sure, yeah, we can stay on the region. Go ahead.
It's funny you should mention timely notifications. A Russian national was arrested yesterday in Miami, and the Russian embassy is saying that you didn't guys follow an appropriate consular notification in his case. Why is that?
I'm not aware of that specific case. Would obviously refer you to local authorities in Miami as well on the specifics surrounding that, but I'm happy to check to see if there's specific.
You don't have anything.
I don't have any updates for you on that right now, but I'm happy to check.
Okay, and one additional thing. Do you have any updates that you can publicly share on potential prisoner swap between the United States and Russia? Anything new on that subject matter?
Are you talking about as it relates to a specific case, or just?
No, I'm talking about. I'm referring to cases like that have been mentioned in the past. I'm not talking about Lechko Dimov or the case that Matt has referred to. I'm talking about past cases.
Look, as it relates to wrongful detainees, wrongful detainee American citizens, not just in Russia, but in other countries also, this is a top priority for this secretary and this president, and it's something that this department continues to be deeply engaged on. Of course, we're not going to offer specifics as it relates to those engagements, but this continues to be a top priority, and I don't have any updates to offer.
Thank you.
Saeed, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, can I switch topics?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I want to go to the Palestinian issue.
Sure.
The Israeli newspaper, said that Ambassador Knights is going to announce that the visa waiver for the Israelis is tied to how Israel treats and receives Palestinian Americans. Do you have any comment on that? Can you confirm that's what he's saying? That's what he's telling the Israelis?
Said, I don't have any announcement to preview or to get ahead of, but what I would reiterate, and I think you saw the ambassador speak to this, is that we, of course, support steps in our bilateral relationship with Israel that would be beneficial for U.S. and Israeli citizens. One such step would be working together toward Israel fulfilling the requirements of the visa waiver program. Right. Secretary Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with Secretary Blinken, may designate countries for participation in the visa waiver program if the country meets the established criteria. At this time, Israel does not meet all of the visa waiver program eligibility requirements. The U.S. government is continuing to work with Israel towards fulfilling those requirements, such as, for example, extending reciprocal privileges to all U.S. citizens and nationals, including Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans, to travel to and through Israel. And this includes Americans on the Palestinian Population Registry as well.
And related to it, so just to clarify, you're saying that it is conditioned really to allowing Palestinian Americans to travel to the West Bank through Tel Aviv, for instance, to Ben Gurion Airport, right?
The reciprocal issue that I mentioned continues to be one of the issues that still needs fulfillment as it relates to the visa waiver program eligibility.
Okay. Another thing, Palestinian Authority President Abbas told National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, so that's what the Palestinians are saying, that he's calling on the Biden administration to pressure Israel to quit its aggressive policies in the last few months or the last couple of months and so on. Have you received like an official request from the Palestinians that you ought to be doing that, or are you having that as part of your policy from here on forward?
I don't have any specific diplomatic engagements to read out to you, Saeed, but our colleagues at the White House and the NSC just put out a readout on National Security Advisor Sullivan's travels, and just to reiterate some of the things that they underscored is that underscoring the U.S. commitment to Israel's security, as well as discussing the challenges and opportunities facing the region, including the threat posed by Iran and progress in deepening normalization between Israel and other Arab countries. But I don't have any other updates to offer. Go ahead.
Yeah, they also discussed Ukraine and the increase in defense partnership between Russia and Iran and its implications for security in the Middle East. Can you explain the most implications that the U.S. fear it would impact the region in light of this increase in cooperation between Iran and Russia, please?
Well, this is a position that we have long held, that Iran's destabilizing actions, most recently, we've seen those precipitate as the provision of UAVs and other kinds of security assistance to Russia for use in Ukraine, is deeply destabilizing. It's troubling not just for the world, but also has immediate impacts on Israel and Israel's neighbors, as well as other countries in the region as well. Gita, go. Sorry. Let me go to Gita,
go ahead.
And then I'll come to you, Michelle. Sorry. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Gita.
Speaking of Iran's destabilizing activities, I want to go back to yesterday's subject. The EU Parliament yesterday approved and today issued a resolution for the to sanction human rights abusers in Iran in general, and also the designation of the IRGC as a terrorist group. And I want to focus on this. Does the State Department think it's a good idea for the EU to also designate the IRGC just like the U.S. has?
Let me say a couple of things to that, Gita. First, we are aware of the European Parliament's resolution. The United States position on the IRGC has been quite clear. It is an entity that is subject to perhaps the most U.S. sanctions of any entity on the planet. We have also specifically sanctioned many IRGC leaders individually for their involvement in terrorism and human rights abuses. Ultimately, though, Gita, it is up to each country, or in this case, up to the EU blocks of countries to determine what is applicable under their governing systems and their legal systems, and what is in their best interests. As you know, we've applauded the EU's recent designations of IRGC officials and entities for their involvement in the provision of drones to Russia, which are being used to fuel Russia's infringement on Ukrainian sovereignty and being used to attack Ukraine's critical infrastructure. But beyond that, I don't have anything additional.
Well, it's clearly, it is, yes, it depends on their laws and regulations and everything. It's their decision. But the NSC tells us that the White House supports the designation and even encourages the EU
Colombian Senator Piedad Córdoba to the United States. The senator says that neither she nor her brother have anything to do with drug trafficking, that this is just political persecution, she said. I would like to know, what do you think about these arguments?
I am not aware of this specific request. I will let our Department of Justice colleagues speak specifically about any extradition requests that have come in specifically. But broadly speaking, of course, we have an important working relationship with Colombia. The Secretary had the opportunity to visit the region, I believe it was in the late fall of last year, and we look forward to continuing engagements with them.
And the last one on Cuba. Since United States is having contact with the Cuban regime, is this administration thinking in withdraw Cuba from the list of countries supporting terrorism?
I have no change in policy to announce. I addressed this a little bit last week. The engagements that you're referring to were specifically related to some security dialogues, some regional security dialogues, and don't have any other updates to offer beyond that.
Thank you.
Leon, go ahead.
To stay in the same region,
of course.
A little bit farther. Peru, I wonder if you have any concerns with the developments in Peru now with the demonstrations ongoing. There's another big one for today. There were more deaths also this morning, 2 more. Situation doesn't seem to be getting really any better. What is your position on that from the United States?
Of course, we remain concerned about the violent demonstrations. We also recognize the right of peaceful assembly, but most importantly, we call for calm dialogue and for all parties to exercise restraint and nonviolence. We also welcome the Peruvian government's stated efforts to dialogue peacefully with the relevant actors and groups around the country. We also support the Peruvian government's efforts and commitment to investigate all deaths related to the protests. Specifically also, Leon, since you've asked the question, I want to also make sure that folks know that the U.S. Embassy in Lima is in direct contact with a small number of U.S. citizens who do not wish to leave and are sheltering in place, and the travel advisory for Peru is at level 3, which is reconsider travel, and we continue to recommend that U.S. citizens reconsider all travel to Peru at this time. Go ahead. Actually, before I go to anything else in the region before we move around? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. If you remember, I asked you last week about the sanctions undercuts against Turkey. And if a country like Turkey who is under sanctions, I ask if this country can buy the F-16, because if I remember well, you sanction them and you cancel the contract for F-35, correct? So what change and you want to give to Turkey the F-16s? And also tell us if Turkey is still under sanctions.
Specifically, I believe I answered your question last week, but to reiterate...
No, you took my question and they sent me an answer from your office.
Understood. So specifically as it relates to CATSA, of course we make those assessments, and any provisions of sales are made on a case-by-case basis. I don't have any other specifics to offer right now. But on F-16s, President Biden said last June, as a general matter, that we should sell Turkey F-16 jets and modernize their fleet as well. However, when it comes to specific arms transfers, we decline to comment until there is a formal notification process with Congress. Broadly speaking, though, the U.S. strongly values its partnerships with our NATO ally Turkey, and the U.S. and Turkey have a long-standing and deep bilateral defense ties, and Turkey's continued NATO inoperability remains a priority for this administration.
Can I follow up, please?
Sure.
Because your people send me an answer, and I thank you for that. Also, they sent an answer to my colleagues. In your answer, you say that the sale of F-16s to Turkey is not prohibited by these CATSA sanctions, provided Turkey's Presidency of Defense, it's a company called SSB, is not a party to the transaction. You need to explain to us what is going on, because I think the Turks, they will change the name of the company to buy the F-16s. And as you understand, this is a fraud.
So I'm just not going to get ahead of the process.
But can you take the question at least, because it's very serious?
As I've said, I would reiterate what Ned, the Secretary, what President Biden have said previously, which is that we should sell Turkey the F-16 jets and modernize their fleet as well. However, when it comes to specific arms transfers, I'm just not going to get ahead of that process until formal notifications have happened to Congress.
The foreign minister, the Turkish foreign minister, said, I think today or late last night, that the F-16 sale is completely independent of whatever plans they have for northern Syria, whether they invade or not invade northern Syria. It should be independent of any NATO admission to Sweden and Finland and so on. Is that your understanding of this deal, or is this deal conditioned on let's say, Turkey refraining from attacking Syria and going along with the admission of Sweden and Finland to NATO?
Saeed, I'm not going to offer parallels or connections here. As it relates to the F-16s, we've been quite clear, and as it relates to incursions into Syria, we've also been quite clear. Ned spoke about this as recently as yesterday, in which, of course, we are very sensitive and want to make sure that any actions that happen in Syria do not degrade the important work that has happened over the recent years to degrade ISIS and their operability in the region. I'm going to work the room a little bit because I already called on you. Dylan in the back.
Yeah, question about the Welcome Corps.
Sure.
Was hoping to ask the Assistant Secretary, but maybe you can answer as well. There's a handful of organizations, about half a dozen, that the Welcome Corps is working with, NGOs and nonprofits that it's working with to carry out the new policy in this new program. One of them is called the Church World Service. It's a nonprofit that is advocating for things like abolishing ICE. It's campaigned to defund Border Patrol. Various policies and priorities that the administration has said it stands against, it opposes. So I'm just curious kind of what was the vetting process for the organizations that state is partnering with for this new program, and if you have any idea why this particular organization was chosen when there are others that were, presumably available.
Well, Dylan, the assessment on to take a little bit of a step back, the department is working with a consortium of nonprofit organizations with expertise in welcoming, resettling, and integrating refugees into U.S. communities to support the Welcome Corps program. This consortium that I just mentioned will manage and oversee a process for vetting and certifying these private sponsors that want to welcome refugees, and it is specifically that metric that I just offered, expertise in welcoming, resettling, and integrating refugees, that I'm sure the assessment was made of who would be part of that consortium. And specifically, it is a reflection of that metric alone and not some sort of linkage to any policy position, the ones that you described or otherwise. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to take another step at the potential prisoner swap issue.
I answered your question.
No, I know, it's a bit different.
Okay.
As you know, U.S. citizen Taylor Dudley was released by Russia several days ago. He returned here, as far as I understand, as a result of Bill Richardson's effort, not as a result of government-to-government negotiations. That's my take. I might be wrong. I wanted to know if this case changes in any way your thinking about the prisoner exchange issue. Do you think track 2 or something like that might be the preferable way to do this, judging by what Governor Richardson had been able to do or not?
So when it comes to the release of American citizens who were wrongfully detained, whether it be in the case of Trevor Reed, whether it be in the case of Brittany Griner, whether it be in the still unresolved case that we continue to be fighting for regularly when it comes to Paul Whelan, there are channels that exist. There are channels that have been laid out by the two presidents, President Biden and President Putin, to have these discussions that are ongoing, and we continue continue to believe that those channels are the best avenues for these decisions and these things to come to a conclusion, as we have seen in the case of Trevor Reed and Brittany Griner as well. Go ahead. I'm going to work the room a little bit. I called it out already. Go ahead.
Thank you. You spoke somewhat generally earlier when you said that the U.S. Embassy in Moscow is engaging with Russian authorities regarding all U.S. citizens. I just wondered if you could say any more about this specific alleged case, about what the embassy, what the State Department is doing. Has the embassy reached out to officially to try to confirm details about this individual, to request access if they are indeed in custody?
You're talking about the case that Matt raised at the beginning?
Yes, off the top. And what other efforts are ongoing, and what sort of reception has the State Department of the embassy gotten?
We're aware of these unconfirmed reports that an investigation regarding a U.S. citizen in Russia is taking place, but we continue to try and get as much information as we can, and I unfortunately don't have additional specifics beyond that. But to reiterate, the U.S. Embassy in Moscow is engaging with Russian authorities to ensure timely notifications and to ensure access to all citizens. And broadly, we are looking into this matter and will closely monitor the situation and get as much information as we can.
Have the Russian authorities responded at all at this point?
I'm just not in a place to offer the specific tit-for-tat engagements, but this is something that we're monitoring closely, and we are engaging directly with the Russian authorities on this.
Thank you.
Camilla.
Just on Afghanistan, 78 people have been reported dead due to harsh winter conditions in Afghanistan. Do you have any update on the talks between this department and the Taliban at all? Anything that's whether these talks are still ongoing? That's my question.
So I hadn't seen that report, but I will see if we have any updates to offer on that. I will note that we have, over the past, since the Taliban takeover in August of 2021, provided more than $1.1 billion in U.S. humanitarian assistance. I will see if there's a specific breakout for that as it relates to weatherization or for things that could help with extreme cold or anything like that. But broadly speaking, Camilla, I don't have any other updates to offer, but you saw the Secretary speak to this, not just in his end of the year press conference, but also I believe earlier this week as well. The Taliban's policies towards women and girls are an affront to human rights, and as long as the Taliban repress women and girls, the Taliban's relations with the international community are going to suffer. We've been quite clear, the Secretary's been quite clear, to earn legitimacy and credibility, the actions are going to need to speak loudly, and they will need to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms to all Afghans, not just occasionally. Go ahead, in the back.
I want to ask about Vietnam.
Ask about?
Vietnam.
Okay, go ahead.
A few days ago, Vietnam President Nguyen Xuan Phuc resigned in the middle of his term, which was reported to be surprising and unprecedented in its political history. Do you think it could have any diplomatic impact on U.S.-Vietnam bilateral relationship or Indo-Pacific region?
Let me say a couple things on that. So we are aware of the reports of President Phuc's resignation, and to say broadly, Vietnam is a valued partner of the United States, and we look forward to celebrating the 10th anniversary of our comprehensive partnership later in 2023. We are confident that the positive momentum in our bilateral relationship will continue following a robust series of senior-level engagements in this past year, which included President Biden meeting with Prime Minister Min Chin at the U.S.-ASEAN Summit in D.C. in May, as well as the summit in Phnom Penh in November. I would reiterate again that the U.S.-Vietnam partnership has never been stronger, and we have moved from a history of conflict and division to comprehensive partnership that spans political, security, economic, and people-to-people ties as well. Humaira.
Ask what the U.S. thinks about Medvedev's rhetoric and comments, the latest being the defeat of nuclear power in a conventional war may trigger a nuclear war. And we've heard like this kind of really apocalyptic rhetoric from him repeatedly. Does the U.S. think he does speak for Putin, or like what is the U.S. assessment on?
Well, I'm not going to parse who speaks for who in the Russian Federation, but to echo what you said, Meyer, this is not the first time that we've seen such kind of rhetoric from Russia broadly. And candidly, we think provocative rhetoric regarding nuclear weapons is not only dangerous, it is reckless. It adds to the risk of miscalculation, and candidly, it should be avoided, and we will not indulge on it. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Go ahead.
In a similar vein, do you want to comment at all on the Iranian foreign minister's comment that Iran does not see Crimea as a Russian territory, that they see Crimea and other annexed territories in Ukraine as Ukrainian? Do you welcome that comment from Iran?
Well, this is another situation when it comes to the Iranian regime that actions should speak louder than words. We would agree that Crimea is Ukraine and all the other annexed territories are Ukraine also, but what we would not agree with is the deadly provision of UAVs that Iran has done to Russia so that Russia can carry out strikes on Ukrainian civilian and energy infrastructure in the middle of winter, all for their war that is illegal, unjust, and a clear violation of Ukrainian
if this was their potential suspect. They had the bomb squad and also hazmat teams on the scene. They eventually did get into the van, as we saw here on Live Now from Fox, and we watched it unfold earlier. We've already had 2 updates from Monterey Park, including their mayor, including different officials. So hopefully we're going to hear from them in the coming minutes as we were learning just some new information throughout this day. But this is a live look one more time in Monterey Park as we're hopefully going to get an update from them on what transpired late last night, if the 2 scenes are connected. Alhambra, see if that is also connected, because there was a scene last night after Monterey Park. They said they weren't sure if that was connected. So there's a lot of unanswered questions right now that we don't know out of Southern California. Our Fox 11 team has been covering it very, very closely, and we will give you an update as soon as it happens. But you can see them getting a white balance here as hopefully we'll get going in the next 10 minutes or so. But this was the scene right now here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to cover this, and I just want to continue to give you more details on what we're seeing throughout the day and what we happened overnight. Of course, late last night, this was the scene overhead as police responded to a call of shots fired around 10:22 p.m. So that happened after a Lunar New Year celebration in Monterey Park, that area. Of course, the gunman shot and killed 10 people at a ballroom dance studio amid Lunar New Year celebrations, and then may have tried but failed to target a second dance hall in Alhambra. Authorities said Sunday the manhunt continued until we found that scene earlier on. Earlier on, the shooting happened just before 10:30 at the Star Ballroom Dance Studio. That's where 5 women and 5 men were killed and another 10 people wounded. Officials said 20 to 30 minutes later, a man with a gun went inside the Lele Ballroom near Alhambra. People were able to disarm the suspect and wrestle the weapon away from him. This, according to Robert Luna, the sheriff there. Luna said it's still unclear whether the events were connected. The incident in Alhambra may be related. That's what he said. Then earlier today, there was also a developing scene in Torrance. A man's body was found in the driver's seat of a white van in Torrance, matching the description of a vehicle of interest in connection with the shooting. The van was located in a parking lot on the south side of Sepulveda Boulevard, just west of Hawthorne Boulevard, at a strip mall not too far from a fashion center. The man suffered from 1 or more gunshot wounds. It was not immediately clear if those wounds were self-inflicted. Luna said authorities did not know for sure whether the person in the van was connected to the 2 either crimes. He said authorities had the suspect's name but were not releasing it yet because they believe it could hamper events to take him into custody. Quote, he said, "We believe there is a person inside the vehicle. We don't know their condition, but we're going to handle that in the safest manner we possibly can and identify that person. Could it be our suspect? Possibly." A second white van was also found in the same area, also searched. All lanes of the intersection at Hawthorne and Sepulveda closed after that police investigation. Of course, Monterey Park and Torrance are about 30 miles away from each other. 35-minute drive on a very good day, an hour plus with Los Angeles traffic. The Los Angeles Sheriff's Department released images of a suspected gunman in the Monterey Park shooting. He was described as an Asian man between 30 and 50 years old, about 5 foot 10 inches tall, weighing 150 pounds, and last seen wearing a black leather jacket, beanie, and glasses. Sheriff Luna said, while we know of this one suspect, there may be more than one, but he did not elaborate further. What we know about the victims: when officers, they arrived at the scene, they found multiple victims and other people in a parking lot. Of course, our shot just went down, so I'm going to switch this up real quick. When we arrived at the scene, they found multiple victims and other people in the parking lot. Officers went inside and found more victims. 10 people, 5 men, 5 women were declared dead at the scene, and at least 10 wounded have been taken to local area hospitals. Of course, their conditions range from stable to critical. 4 of the 10 victims currently being treated at the LAC USC Medical Center. Hospital officials confirmed they did not share details on those 4 patients' current conditions due to patient privacy laws. Of course, they were issued a statement part. We want to assure the families of those at our LAC USC medical center that our medical teams are doing everything possible for their loved ones. Motive, as of now, we do not know a ton about that, though. The attack at Monterey Park happened to be a majority Asian community. Officials have said it's too early to classify this attack as a hate crime. Monterey Park has a population of about 61,000 people, 2/3 of whom are Asian. Witnesses said several of Saturday's victims were senior citizens who appeared to be Asian. Monterey Park is a city about 60,000 people on the eastern edge of Los Angeles, comprised of mostly Asian immigrants of the China and first generation Asian Americans. So, of course, we are hearing numerous reports from all over the country, including President Joe Biden, also Kamala Harris, as she was speaking at a reproductive rights event in Florida, which would have marked the 50th anniversary of Roe versus Wade, but still some answers we do not have here on Live Now from Fox, and hopefully we'll hear them in the next 5 or 10 minutes as police are supposed to give an update here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to keep with this shot here. Coming up, we're going to watch this unfold, hopefully give you a full briefing live on Unfiltered so you can hear the entire thing, potentially break in with our Fox 11 crew in Los Angeles as they've been covering this wall to wall all day as well. So thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hopefully hear from them in the coming moments. But as of right now, the tragedy that is in Monterey Park, still hard to fathom. We saw people being interviewed by our Fox 11 crew saying the community is still in shock as all the other Lunar New Year festivities had been canceled. Some people just showed up expecting to be able to go to the celebration of a new year as the Chinese New Year rings the Year of the Rabbit. So many people were unable to know about this, so they were showing up here, and unknowns to them, the shooting happened. So a lot of people in Los Angeles still trying to grapple with what happened as 10 people tragically lost their lives in another mass shooting in California. We also heard from representatives in California, local representatives that are said they're sad to say that they're going to be another member of Congress that has to say a mass shooting happened in their district. So something very hard to take in for a new member of Congress there. So we're still waiting. This is a live look right now, and hopefully we'll have a update in the coming minutes. They were supposed to talk at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time as we approach, just about 90 seconds from that. Doesn't look like there's a ton of movement at the podium, but we're going to watch it here on Live Now from Fox. We were getting aerials as well as on-the-ground shots as the SWAT team of various different officials were on the ground there checking out this van in Torrance, California. We saw different federal departments, also local, as President Biden said he would provide his support at the federal level, whatever support he could provide for federal authorities to make sure this can come to a resolution on this Sunday. Still a very, very difficult day as we wait on this press conference, and we hopefully get an update on the potential scenes and how they are connected, but also an update on the victims, those 10 that lost their lives, and also numerous others that were injured or taken to the hospital after this Lunar New Year celebration at a ballroom, a dance hall in Monterey Park, California, just east of downtown Los Angeles. So we're still following this here very closely on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully we'll have an update in the coming moments. Sheriff of Los Angeles County, new Sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna, just taking over that role very, very recent in the new year, in the year of 2023. So he's been briefing twice already today. So hopefully we'll have an update coming up here very, very soon here on Live Now from Fox. You can see they are doing the mic check to get ready for this press conference. Hopefully it will happen momentarily. We'll take it to you in full here with Sheriff Robert Luna, as well as various other officials on the ground there in Monterey Park, California. Of course, we're expecting to hear from different people, including Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau Captain Andrew Meyer, also Monterey Park Chief of Police Scott Weiss, as they were all breaking a briefing from earlier today. So they've all been a part of this from earlier at the two previous press conferences. So hopefully they'll step out here at this podium at this City Hall in Monterey Park and provide an update on what we know moving forward. So they're going to come out of those sliding glass doors and provide an update hopefully pretty soon. We're just past the time they allotted for told media to arrive for this new update. Potentially connecting the scenes, potentially trying to figure out what transpired overnight in Monterey Park. Obviously, a lot of details still unknown, motive still unknown. They do have that suspect in the bulletin they put out, the Los Angeles County Sheriff did. So they do have a suspect potentially they're looking for. We do not know if that person was in the white van, although they did say they were looking for a white van, a vehicle of interest. So hopefully we'll hear from them in the coming minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Again, you're watching just video from earlier today here out of Torrance, California, some 30 miles away from the initial scene late last night with the Lunar New Year and the tragic incident that 10 people were killed in a shooting at a dance hall after a Lunar New Year celebration. They said it could have been much worse, as there were thousands of people celebrating that. People just family, friends celebrating the New Year in this Asian community, as it's about 60,000 or so people, but also about 2/3 of which are of the Asian descent. So a very heartbreaking moment from late last night and today we're still trying to gather details on what happened today in Torrance and if the two are related. Also that connection with Alhambra, as that potentially was related as well. Not sure about that. We haven't heard much detail about that, but see if we can learn more details here in the coming moments on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, last mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2. Mic 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Everybody else good? Okay. All right.
You can just hear the final mic check, so hopefully they'll be stepping out very momentarily here with an update on what we do know from Monterey Park after a tragic shooting overnight that left 10 people dead and 10 more injured, taken to the hospital in this Asian community as a Lunar New Year celebration underway at a dance hall there, that's what they said, in Monterey Park, California. So we're also looking at scenes from earlier today as they found a description of a white van that they were potentially looking for of interest in connection to the suspect. So they found that earlier today in Torrance, California, some 30 miles or so away. So still trying to figure out what the connection is, if there is one. Obviously a potential connection between the two from last night and today in that 30-mile difference in Southern California. So we're following this here on Live Now from Fox. They're about to step out. I can just see him in the background there in one of our shots. As hopefully we'll have a press conference coming up very, very shortly here to see how these questions are being answered and what happened last night, what happened today, and how they all intertwine with one another. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to stick with this shot here on Live Now.
Is anybody in need of a sound check? Are you all good? Everybody's good sound-wise? 2, 2. You're good sound-wise? All right. Two, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know what? Two, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1.
You can hear them giving a mic check one final time here as we see people slowly meander there, and we're hopefully going to hear from Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna in the coming moments about this tragic shooting overnight in Monterey Park, but also the connection it had to Torrance, California, as we found the white van, a possible suspect in it. They found a man's body. Don't know if that was the alleged shooter in this incident overnight at that dance hall in the majority Asian community of Monterey Park, where 10 people were killed, 10 others were sent to the hospital with injuries ranging from stable to critical. So also following this here on Live Now from Fox, as we continue to get other live pictures up from all around the country or all around the city. So we're also looking at a live picture right now, I believe, as we watch this unfold out of a different area. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on here, because I have a live picture right now from our Los Angeles Fox team. So hopefully we can get an update on what's going on. As you can see, this is our picture-in-picture. Both are live pictures, one in Monterey Park, California. The other one, I'm not sure the location, but this is our Fox 10 team there. As they are also, you can see a white van in the background. I do not know what has happened here, but as you can tell, this is the scene here in Southern California. Another white van potentially connected, potentially not. We do not know. There's multiple vans at the Torrance, California scene, so I don't know if this was connected at all to it. But as you can see, there's a white van there, and we're waiting to hear what this is about. I do not know what either of these scenes are about, what that scene is about, but you can see a tow truck there on hand. I don't know if that was one of the scenes we saw from earlier. Potentially could have been, but it does not look, from my vantage point, like one of the two scenes we saw earlier in Torrance, California. So we'll keep you updated on what that exactly is happening here on Live Now from Fox, but that is certainly an interesting look, an interesting development. Live, Raw, and Unfiltered, we're just trying to figure out all the details that are going on throughout this. So, of course, hopefully we'll have someone stepping up to the podium momentarily with an update. That's what we're hoping here on Live Now from Fox.
does launch. And just like the other ones did, we're just waiting, like I said, for them to walk out that door to City Hall. And hopefully we'll get some kind of indication, get some kind of confirmation from the sheriff on all this. That's great. Last week, well, I would think that was the reason for this news conference in the first place, right? Because we thought that we were going to hear all this from Torrance PD and then shift it back to the sheriff, right? I mean, because the sheriff, in fact, all the sheriff's personnel who set up all the audio there, speaking and everything, they tore everything down and left. And they told me they had to be back home, and everyone said, turn around and come back. So they're all set up, and I would imagine this is going to be, a big deal. We have some kind of obligation. And I think everyone wants to know what happened to Torrance. Who is he for sure? Tell us, confirm that is for sure. I saw some documents like that. But well, what I'm wondering is, one of the people sitting down on the floor or doing me. Oh, and I was like, oh, no. Yeah. Straight up.
Okay, mic check. 1 2 1 2 3 4. Test 1 2 3 4. Mic check. You good?
You're just seeing a mic check there, as hopefully they'll come out here momentarily. It was supposed to start at about 4:30 Pacific time, now about half an hour late. Not too surprising here, though, as we continue to wait on this press conference, the third of the day from the Monterey Park City Hall here. Hopefully we'll hear from the sheriff of Los Angeles County, Robert Luna, as well as other officials in Monterey Park and also Torrance, and see how these two scenes are potentially connected. We'll continue to watch this here on Live Now from Fox as we approach 5 o'clock there on the West Coast. Hopefully we'll hear from someone soon.
Oh, no, I'm not going on access. The access is going on access. That's the podium. Hold on. Okay, hold on a minute. I will just go on speaker here. Okay. There was one of them. So you hear me right here. So you can transfer me over, right? Okay, thanks.
We haven't heard anything.
You were just listening to our Fox 11 photographer there that said they really haven't heard much of anything as of yet. So we're still waiting on the sheriff there. Obviously, they're trying to piece together a lot of details here today. So we're still going to hopefully wait and watch, and hopefully we'll get to hear from them here on Live Now from Fox, as hopefully they'll step out. They said it was a 4:30 p.m. Pacific time press conference. Hopefully they don't keep the media waiting too much longer. People eager for answers, including the media, including the public there in Monterey Park and Torrance, California, and all of Southern California. So hopefully we'll hear something here on Live Now from Fox momentarily. Keep you updated. But Andy Mack here monitoring it all on my own here on Live Now from Fox on this Sunday night. So hopefully we'll hear from somebody very soon.
Yeah, well, outside. Yeah.
as we lost our other shot there in, that was Torrance, California. So that's what they were getting towed away. The car, the white van was getting towed away. So here is the earlier today of what transpired as we're still waiting on police to provide an update on the situation from last night at Monterey Park, that dance hall that tragically 10 people were shot to death, 10 more were injured and taken to the hospital. So we're going to hopefully get more of an update here from police as this happened also in Torrance, California, about 30 miles away from there, about 45 minutes away from there. So not sure if this is the possible suspect from that shooting or what happened, but a man's body was found in this white van. They were looking for a potential white vehicle, a white van of interest, which certainly fits the description, you might imagine, of this Monterey, what witnesses saw late last night in Monterey Park. So, of course, we're following this here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully they'll step up to the podium momentarily. As you can see, we are slowly getting people to walk out here. Hopefully we'll hear from Sheriff here, Robert Luna, as the new Los Angeles County Sheriff, providing an update on everything that happened last night and also today in Torrance, California. So hopefully they'll step to the podium here very quickly on Live Now from Fox so we can take it to you in full in what we do know. So here they come outside of this potentially this sliding glass door as they will slowly make their way to the podium as we're waiting on an update. We're less than an hour, about 40 or 50 minutes late on this press conference. A lot of people just clamoring to get some information, any information on what happened last night, but also how it relates to what happened today. Those are the two very key points that we're hopefully going to hear from here as they are clearly working on a strategy, what they want to say and what information they need to give out. So here they come, and we will listen to you live, raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox as they provide an update from Monterey Park, California on all that happened as 10 people lost their lives on the Lunar New Year celebration, but also now in Torrance, California. Let's listen in here live.
Good afternoon. My name is Lorena Rodriguez. I'm captain at Sheriff's Information Bureau. Sheriff Luna and officials will provide an update on yesterday's incident. The order of speakers will be Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Robert Luna, Congressmember Judy Hsu, Senator Susan Rubio, Assemblymember Mike Fong, Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe, and in closing, Monterey Park Police Department Chief Scott Weiss. Thank you.
Well, good evening to everybody, and thank you all for being here and hanging in with us today. It's been a very challenging day. So let me give you what I believe will be the last update of the day, and then after the speakers, I'll come back up here to answer any questions that you may have. Earlier today, the Sheriff's homicide investigators working alongside all of our law enforcement partners were able to confirm the identity of the male inside the white cargo van as the suspect in the mass shooting that we had in Monterey Park. Based on the previous information relayed by homicide investigators regarding the white van involved and seen leaving the scene of the incident in the city of Alhambra, the Torrance Police Department was notified, and at 10:20 a.m., the Torrance police officers located the white van matching the description near the area of Sepulveda Boulevard and Hawthorne Boulevard. As Torrance officers pulled behind the vehicle, the white van entered a shopping center parking lot. When officers exited their patrol vehicle to contact the occupant, they heard one gunshot coming from within the van. Officers retreated and requested several tactical teams to respond. 2 armored vehicles responded and were able to restrict the van's movement. At 12:52 p.m., our sheriff's SWAT team approached and cleared the van and determined the suspect sustained a self-inflicted gunshot wound and was pronounced dead at the scene. Investigators conducted a search of the vehicle and determined the male inside the van was the mass shooting suspect. During the search, several pieces of evidence were found inside the van linking the suspect to both locations in Monterey Park and Alhambra. In addition, a handgun was discovered inside the van. The suspect has been identified as Hu Can Tran, and the way that's spelled is H-U-U, middle name C-A-N, last name T-R-A-N. He is a 72-year-old male Asian. I can confirm that there are no outstanding suspects from the mass shooting incident that occurred in the city of Monterey Park. And although that closes a portion of a very long day for all of us, the investigation is still ongoing. Sheriff's homicide detectives are working around the clock, gathering additional information and working on determining the motive behind this extremely tragic event. I would like to thank Chief Weiss and the Monterey Park Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, the United States Department of Justice, the Torrance Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, Supervisor Hilda Solis, who has been here with us for the previous pressers, and the surrounding South Bay law enforcement agencies. Initially, we are giving thanks to the Monterey Park Fire Department for their life-saving measures. I was informed before coming out here, we still have 7 victims who are hospitalized. And I'm sure that the work of our firefighters and police officers contributed to saving at least those lives. As I stand up here, I'm very proud, really, of all of us, the community, all of you in the media. I could say we did this together. We really did. And when there's tragedy, we have to lean on each other, and that's what we did. But before I walk off and turn it over to the next speaker, when I got here and I saw, and I told you this morning, the look in the eyes of the homicide investigators and all of their staff, you could just tell they were going to get this guy. And although I couldn't talk in detail about that earlier today, I'm very proud of Captain Andy Meyer and the whole entire Homicide Bureau, who not only got us to this point, but there's a lot of work and investigation to be done. And just real quick before I turn it over to the next speaker, you've been asking me about motive. We still are not clear on the motive. The investigation continues, and that is something we are all extremely, we want to know. We want to know how something like this, something this awful can happen. Also, in regards to the weapons, there was a handgun, as I described, that was discovered in the van with the suspect. The weapon that was recovered from the Alhambra location, in which, remember, the suspect went to the Alhambra location after he conducted the shooting, and he was disarmed by 2 community members who I consider to be heroes because they saved lives. This could have been much worse. The weapon that we recovered at that second scene, I'm describing as a magazine-fed semi-automatic assault pistol. Not an assault rifle, but an assault pistol that had an extended large capacity magazine attached to it. That's the pistol that was recovered at the location in Alhambra. So with that, I'll come back up for questions after the rest of our partners behind me speak. So I'll turn that now over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Right. I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent Monterey Park. I want to give my enormous thanks and gratitude to law enforcement for finding this shooter. All this afternoon, the community was in fear, thinking that they should not go to any events because there was an active shooter. But law enforcement came out and they were able to find the shooter with not even 24 hours passing. So I really have to thank LA County Sheriffs, and thank you so much, Sheriff Luna. Sheriff Luna, please, a big round of applause. I want to thank our Monterey Park Police Department and Police Chief Scott Weiss for keeping us safe in this community. I want to thank the Torrance Police Department for identifying the suspect and ultimately making sure that he was caught. And I want to thank all who've come together today, from the national level to the local level. Our local city council, which has been amazing, but also I got calls today from the White House, from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and from our Mayor, Karen Bass. All expressed concerns and offered their resources to us to make sure that we could end this terrible situation. I still have questions in my mind, which is, what was the motive for this shooter? Did he have a mental illness? Was he a domestic violence abuser? How did he get these guns? And was it through legal means or not? Well, those questions will have to be answered in the future. But what I want to do here is to say to the community, feel safe. You are no longer in danger because this shooter is gone. And so, I told you this morning, I've lived in this city for 37 years, and I was mayor and city council member at one time. And I said that this community is resilient. And what I saw today and what I see at this moment is indeed we are resilient and we are stronger together.
Hello, I'm State Senator Susan Rubio. I represent the city of Monterey Park. And I want to start by offering condolences to all the families that are today destroyed and trying to find a way to keep moving forward with such a loss. I want to also commend those two individuals that tackled the gun away from the second incident, because we would be standing here with a lot more tragedy. So I want to thank those two individuals, and we hope to honor them at some point in the near future. But I also want to commend our public safety, from our local police to our Sheriff Luna and everyone that did what needed to be done to ensure that we bring safety back into our community. So as you heard Congresswoman express, we want to make sure that our community knows it's still a safe community. So thank you to all those that were working really diligently to ensure that we capture the individual responsible for these senseless acts of violence. And we need to continue to condemn any type of violence. It has no place in our communities. I want to also praise first responders for their quick action and those at our local hospital taking care of the victims. So please, I ask all of you also to take a moment to think of the teachers. I was a teacher for 17 years, and I was in the classroom many times where I had to be the one offering condolences and comfort to those children that were coming into my classrooms, and it was my job to answer questions when they were confused and they needed answers. So to all those that have children in the schools, say thank you to your teachers, because they're going to have to deal with this tragedy. It's not over. Even though we know that it's a safe community, we cannot change the heart and mind of those kids that right now are feeling uneasy, scared, unsure. So please support our local teachers. They have a tough job ahead of them. And to our local city council, our Mayor Henry Lowe and the rest of the council, they've been tremendously proactive in trying to ensure that our community feels safe, that this city has what it needs in terms of resources for the trauma of all the families that are now left behind dealing with such devastation. And so to all the community that was here earlier, praying for all the victims and for the leaders, thank you to the coalition of clergy who came earlier today, we want to say thank you for your comfort, for your prayers, and let's continue to pray. We're here to support. And one last thing I want to share, that early on, the Governor Newsom called. Every single member of the legislature called, and each one of them offered their support. And so I want to thank all my colleagues, the Governor, Lieutenant Governor Eleni Koulounakis, and everyone who called and offered prayers and support. And we will put all the resources necessary to make sure that our community knows that they're going to be taken care of. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Assemblymember Mike Fong, representing the 49th Assembly District. Thank you so much to Sheriff Luna, Chief Weiss, and all the local law enforcement and state and federal partners for their leadership and efforts in finding the shooter. During the time of celebration, during the annual Lunar New Year, when families gather together, we know that our community has faced a tragic incident. So shocking, sad, and horrible. For those seeking assistance and trauma relief, please visit the Langley Center here in the city of Monterey Park. Thank you to Mayor Lowe and the Monterey Park City Council for their leadership and efforts. And thank you to the Governor and the Office of Emergency Services for their leadership and efforts in coordinating emergency response and for enhancing security here in Monterey Park and the San Gabriel Valley communities. This has been a very challenging time. As you heard from our Congresswoman, our Senator, Monterey Park is strong, Monterey Park is resilient, and together we will get through these challenging times together. At this time, I'd like to introduce Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. I want to thank Sheriff Luna and your department for helping us seek justice today in the tragedy that has occurred. I want to thank our own Monterey Park Police Department, many of whom their officers have been on duty for over 24 hours. Thank you, Chief Spieth, for all the personnel at your police department for your dedication in making sure that justice was brought forward. I want to thank our Fire Chief Matt Halleck and the personnel of the fire department who rushed to provide aid to those who had fallen. Working alongside our local, state, and federal partners to investigate this horrific event, we are able to say that justice has been done thanks to everyone working together. But we also know that this is just the beginning, and an unimaginable tragedy has occurred here in Monterey Park during a weekend in which we're celebrating the Lunar New Year, and a time when people come together to spend time with families, with friends, and that was the purpose of those who gathered at the dance hall last night. But tragically, someone decided to express violence, and violence has no place in our society. And so at this moment, the community, moving forward, our priority is to make sure that those victims, their family members, are given the assistance they need to heal and to get over this trauma. And as a community, is also the moment in which we will need to move forward in a long process of healing as a community so that we can together overcome this tragedy. But I have faith that we will be able to, because as you've heard from the comments, and again, I thank everyone from Chief Luna to our Congresswoman Judy Chu, our State Senator Susan Rubio, our Assemblymember Mike Fong, Supervisor Jesus Solis, everyone from the federal government, the state government, the county, our friends in neighboring cities, the region, for coming together to offer condolences, to offer their support. And we will get over this. To my friends, to our residents of Monterey Park, ours is a community that has looked in the face of the COVID pandemic. During the last years of the pandemic, we had some of the highest rates of vaccination and some of the lowest rates of infection, and it's because we came together to help each other to overcome this crisis. We had Our Veterans Post created a food bank. We had people who offered assistance to those who are in need. And that really is the Monterey Park spirit, the people who make up this great city, a city that is diverse, that has welcomed waves of people, families from around the world, around this country, to call this place home, and is why many people love to live here in Monterey Park. And I have confidence that we will get over this crisis, because we must. And we will only do so if we do it together as a community, because remember, we are all in this together. And again, I just have to reiterate just the admiration we have for our own police department and fire department, who reacted quickly to this crisis and immediately activated its procedures to also tap into the resources, the partnerships that were needed to essentially be able to bring us to this moment. And my friends, we do have a long road ahead of us, but I hope that all of you who are here gathered today, those in the press, those in the community, those who have been offering their support as individuals, as organizations, about how we can help Monterey Park. The journey is just beginning. And we hope that we will continue to be on this road together to heal and to ultimately triumph over evil and adversity. Thank you very much. And now, Scott Weiss, our here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Tonight's the Lunar New Year, and we would be celebrating that tonight, but obviously we can't. The officers that were here last night are just coming back on duty right now. They're upstairs and briefing. When I get done talking to you here, I'll go back upstairs and make sure that my officers are mindful of what took place and that they're in a good place tonight, because their wellness means a lot to me, and the only way that they're going to protect this community is if they're mentally prepared to do so. So that's where I'll be going after this. I want to thank Sheriff Luna and the partnerships with the Sheriff's Department and all of our federal, state, and local partners. We couldn't have done this without their help. I want to thank the Torrance Police Department for being so vigilant to spot this vehicle. Thank you very much. We have a long way to go to heal this community. The police department here in Monterey Park will be present every moment of the day from this point on to make sure this community remains safe. That's our commitment to everybody here, and we will continue to do that into the future. I'd like to open it up for any questions.
When we got to the van, it did have different plates, so I'm assuming they were stolen. They weren't the plates that belong on the van.
And Torrance, did they get a hit off of it? Was it a camera hit that hit on that stolen plate?
It was something similar to that, and that's, again, part of our partnerships with all of our agencies and some of the process we use to catch a very dangerous person and get them off the streets.
Sheriff, you talked earlier about that you don't have a motive right now. I wanted to ask you something that could play a role in that. Is there any indication that the suspect, who's now dead, knew any of the victims or knew people at either of these two locations?
We're still looking into that. That's part of what the homicide detectives are investigating. Please keep in mind that, especially with the deceased victims, the coroner's office retrieved the remains not that long ago, so they're still in the process of identifying. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to answer a lot of questions that all of us have.
Is there any indication of...
Torrance, sir?
Sheriff, we've heard a lot about the police work today. What can you tell us about the 10 victims? 20 people have been shot, 10 people are now dead. Congressman Chu stood there and asked people to applaud your effort earlier. Today we've had the Vice President say that this type of violence needs to stop. As a community leader, what do you say about that, and how, in this country, can gun violence stop?
Gun violence needs to stop. There's too much of it. We're all standing here tonight because an individual took a weapon and did the damage that we've talked about without repeating it. I think all of us need to take some ownership there. I think we really need to go back and look at what we do. California has some of the strictest gun laws in the country, but yet look what we just had today. So let's look at across our nation, see what works and what doesn't. But I could tell you this, the status quo is not working. So we need to re-examine what we're doing and what may work better. And I hope that this tragedy doesn't just go on a long list of many others that we don't even talk about until the next one comes up.
And what can you tell us about the victims? Ages, relationships, were they parents, were they mothers, fathers? Who were these people?
We're still in the process of identifying all the victims. We will have that information as the days go on.
Have you contacted next of kin yet, sir?
Okay. I heard something on my right ear that sounded like the ages of the victims. The ages of the victims that we dealt with here in Monterey Park, I don't have the specific ages because they have not been identified, but they're not in their 20s or 30s. They seem to be probably, I would say, in their 50s, 60s, and maybe some even beyond there. So, and again, give me a second. Anyways, yes, ma'am?
Have the next of kin for the victims been contacted yet, sir?
We're still in the process of doing that.
And you said in Torrance the criminal history of the suspect. Did he have any restraining orders? Was there a history of any sort of criminal activity with Mr. Torrance prior to this?
That's something we're still looking at. We're looking at all criminal history, mental health history, and those are all things the detectives will take a very hard, long look at and see if it impacted what occurred here, the motive, and that's part of the learning lessons and sharing them with our partners and seeing if there's any gaps that were there that we may have missed.
You said in Torrance, one shot heard, but there were 2 bullet holes pictured in the window. Did officers return fire?
To my knowledge, there was no officer or deputy involved shooting at the scene.
Sheriff, was there anything else in the van itself that you found beyond the handgun, like any ammunition, anything like that? And do you know what his city of residence is, this suspect?
Yes to all the above, but it's none of those I can get into at this point. We have detectives all over the region continuously working very hard to answer a lot of the very good questions you're asking regarding motive and all these other things. And the timing isn't right for me to put that out. We will, but give us several more hours. We're taking this one step at a time. I didn't hear the first part of that, but the suspect responsible for this tragedy is no longer with us. That was the person that is deceased now, and you're asking me if we feel we're safe. He's the one responsible for this. He is no longer a threat. Give me a second. I'm getting multiple questions at the same time. I hear something about guns.
One gun was seized and one found in the van. Was there a multiple gun the suspect was carrying?
We don't know yet.
Were people at the second location tipped off by the first location?
Led you to contact Torrance police specifically that he would be in their area. Was there a nexus between what happened here, what you knew about, you thought your suspect in Torrance?
Does he have a connection to Torrance, sir?
This morning, when I talked about the information we had, we put out as much information as we possibly can while there was a lot of very good investigative and detective work going on. Something we don't talk about much in Southern California is our extraordinary ability to communicate and coordinate with each other. Not only the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, you see the partnership here between ourselves, the Monterey Park Police Department, my partner at the Torrance Police Department. We put this information out. We're very good with our networks. And it showed how it worked. You communicate this, officers are out on the lookout. They want to, I don't care if you work in Torrance, Long Beach, Monterey Park, you name the city, something like this happens, there's everybody who wears a badge wants that person in custody. And I think that's what you see happening today. It's teamwork that's going on out there.
Was there anything specific about this individual in Torrance? They just followed up on the bulletin that went out.
There's going to be more information that we'll be putting out about the specifics, but right now I'm here to report that the suspect responsible for this tragedy is no longer a threat.
Sheriff, at the second location, were they tipped off at all by the people in the first location?
Was some sort of planning involved? If this was a stolen van, from what witnesses said, did he say anything when he went into the first club, or he just opened fire? And how did it go down?
We're still interviewing witnesses. We're interviewing witnesses at the Monterey Park location. We're interviewing witnesses at the Alhambra location, and all of it will come together when, I'm going to use, it sounds weird for me to say some of this makes sense, putting it all together and trying to figure it all out. We're still in the process of doing all that. It's going to take some days.
Sheriff, were people at the second location tipped off by the first location?
Give me a second. Let me give somebody else a chance over here.
An extended magazine in a magazine-fed semi-automatic pistol. Can you clarify what type of pistol that is, generally speaking? And are the weapons you found legally obtainable in California under current law?
I believe the weapon that was recovered at the Alhambra location is not legal to have here in the state of California. We'll do more research on it. Our partners at the ATF, and by the way, I was mentioning different police departments. We can't be as successful as we are without, the FBI's been with us all day. The ATF joined in. The U.S. Marshals has been helping us. I get a personal call from the Attorney General earlier saying, what can we do to help you? I've been in communication with the governor, who you may see out here in the very near future. Everybody just, what can we do to help? So everybody was pitching in.
Sheriff, that second location where the gun was wrestled away from the suspect, can you describe at all what happened? You said there were two people that did that.
I can tell you that the suspect walked in there probably with the intent to kill more people, and two brave community members decided they were going to jump into action and disarm him. They did so, took possession of the weapon, and the suspect ran away.
Were they tipped off? That's an important follow-up, Sheriff. Were they tipped off about the incident at the first location?
You're asking that second part of the question over here.
We heard that they might have been tipped off that the shooting happened, that somebody might be coming to their dance studio. Have you heard anything, or can you say?
I have not heard that, but that's possible.
Relay for us what your deputies said it looked like when they went into the first venue in Monterey Park. Can they tell you what they found?
Our deputies, actually the brave police officers from the Monterey Park Police Department are the first responders to the initial scene. I don't know if the chief has more information on that that he can ask about or answer, I should say.
Can answer. Yes.
What did the officers relay to you? What the scene was like when you first made it?
The first officers on scene were some of my youngest officers. They'd only been on the street for a very short period of time. When they came into the parking lot, it was chaos. There were wounded people. There were people trying to flee out all the doors. They immediately went into action, and within just a couple minutes, those officers had entered the location looking for the suspect. That's our protocols here. We don't wait. Inside, they came across a scene that none of them had been prepared for. So there were injured people inside, there were dead people inside, and my young officers did their job, searched for a suspect, and then came back and had to deal with the carnage that was inside. And it was extensive. That's one of the reasons I need to make sure that they're okay.
How long did it take them to arrive on the scene?
Between the time of call and the first officer on scene was less than 3 minutes.
How long have they been officers?
The youngest ones have only been out on their own in training for the last several months.
Okay, hold on. I got a gentleman up here asking questions and someone's talking over him. Can you repeat that, please? We will, but not tonight. We'll get there. We'll get there. All excellent questions, and we will get there. So, not tonight, because we're still in the process of following up, serving search warrants. We want to get to the motive. We want to know what the heck happened here. The only way we're going to get there is through a lot of very hard detective work, and we plan on doing just that. So thank you very much. Thank you for all of your support today. Couldn't have done this without you. Thank you very much.
You were just listening to an update there out of Monterey, California. Certainly something we've been following all day, and it was an update from police, including their Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna, saying the suspect is no longer with us, as they did find the suspect in that white van in Torrance, California. So we're following that all day here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break.